Cat cam has to be off. Set my computer daters. Acceptable. The fuck is this? Why am I the Eraserhead baby? Did I switch the audio input? Ah, it's loud now. I should have fucking guessed what would happen. You know, it might be kind of cool being the Eraserhead baby. And relatable. I guess I came out of this pipe. That's the dimension of Eraserhead babies. Pre-planned neighborhoods, am I right? These look cozy, though. Moshi moshi! Eraserhead the baby desu! Oh shit, that's the monster. That's not us. I wanted to be that thing. I still want to be that thing. Spiritually. Ooh, he fucking skittered. Ain't no good ever came from a creature skittering hither and thither. There's an Alamau! Speaking of which, anyone else keeping up with the news that apparently the government's... Oh shit. Stay here, ain't you like to be here? It's like a sweet home. You have everything here. I'd rather have a house. Do you have one of those? You have a small companion here. Now I'm jealous. What is this? Can I leave? Am I like his pet now? I gotta set off that bug bomb sometime tomorrow. I'm getting tired of fleas crawling on me. I keep killing them and they keep coming back. I don't want to hurt my big buddy. He hasn't actually done anything bad yet. He made me a little shelter. God, they're all over me. I need to take a bath after this. This is a good time to do it. I hope the cat understands not to come in here. What have we here? This is a pretty expansive map. Give yourself clarity, but curse at the same time. Now look into my eyes. What would have happened if I chose the other options? Would I have gotten like a zoom feature with the binoculars? Would the cross have worked on him? That depends if Christianity is real in this universe. We don't know if this world had a Jesus that came down to save people from their sins. What? What are those? Are those coffins? Those are coffins. What is happening? Down, son of man, go down. I suppose technically I am son of man. I'm the son of a man. Fuck you! You stupid fucking developer. Really? Everything has to be the backrooms? Oh, you saw the other backrooms games. Like, that's such a cool idea. I want to do that. I wish that was mine. You come up with your own original idea. You don't just make your own backrooms. That game was actually really promising. It had an interesting monster design. Somewhat original gameplay. And then it turned into... If this turns into PT2, I'm going to shit myself with anger. And it will not be a happy, pleasant shit. It'll be a vengeful, vindictive shit. Oh no, but it's original, see? Backrooms did not have windows. It's my own original backrooms. Do not steal. Look, I wish I came up with the backrooms too. It's genius in its simplicity. But you got to just give kudos to the creators of these good ideas and let them have their thing. And you create your own thing. You create your own thing. You don't just fucking regurgitate someone else's. This is like when you're like 11 years old and you're trying to come up with original characters, and it's all just based off of stuff you've seen on TV. It's like fucking Vegeta with red hair. Still can't find what you're looking for. What am I looking for? Why does the sky move like that? It keeps getting closer. Oh, there's the monster standing on the thing. Is that a real object or is that in the skybox? You know what he looks like? He looks like that thing from Courage the Cowardly Dog. You know what I mean? Is it doing anything different? I can't. I can jump. I can't get out there though. I might have to quit this. I don't know what I'm missing. Besides a couple brain cells, a couple million. Where did my life go so wrong that I'm streaming in a dark room on Monday, covered in insects? Well, part of it's the fucking cat door. I have to have a cat flap because otherwise I would spend all my time letting the cat in and out. If she's on one side of a door, she wants to be on the other side. And if she's on the other side, she wants to be on the original side. Which is just her way of saying, I don't want there to be a door here. I'm uncomfortable with the restriction on my freedom of movement. Can I jump over this? I can. Oh, I was always able to. Well, then what was that about? I mean, fair enough. In her shoes, she didn't wear shoes. In her paws, I would probably feel the same way. Like, why would you live in a structure with walls that close and prevent you from moving freely? Problem is, as a consequence of the cat flap, no matter how well I try to seal it, little tiny bugs can get inside through the creases. And when it's really hot out or really cold out, nature just invades. And I just keep fucking nuking the bedroom with bug bombs, and it kills everything. But then they keep coming back. What, is this a stairwell? There is a stairwell here. Why is there a stairwell here? It doesn't go anywhere. I wish I could run. I kind of can. It's like a hobbled old man run where I got a Duke in my pants. I'm trying not to shake it out my pant leg, as one does. I can kind of wall clip because I have an ultra wide monitor and it's not designed around ultra wide, so it's a very, you can't see it on your screen because you got a 16:9 view, but on the edges of my monitor I can see through the walls when I go right up close to them. Probably why they are frowned upon competitively. Also, they just give you unfair advantages. If you just have a bigger monitor, it doesn't scale things up with the FOV. It just scales everything up, so you see the same amount of your surroundings as any other player. But if you have ultra wide, it forces the POV to have more peripheral vision. And that gives you the ability to see players in areas of your view that you normally wouldn't be able to see them. I want to say it's almost distracting, though, frankly, in a competitive setting. It would be helpful maybe if you adapted to it, but it's also kind of overwhelming. I used to be really good at FPS games. I used to be really, really fucking good at them when I was a teenager. I guess teenagers are just intrinsically good at Twitch shooters. I'm still not bad. But if you've seen me play any other genre, you know that I'm not equally good at all of them. I enjoy them all. I just don't do as good of a job at every. Whoa, what's happening? Where am I now? What's happening? What's going on? Well, I wake up in the morning and I look outside. And I say to myself, oh, what's going on? I forget what song that is. I know it's the He-Man song. I only know that that's the legacy of that musician. It's just they made the He-Man song. You know, I said, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. This is the Ham Dad Sings episode. I'm gonna get a drink out. I really need to do something about this fucking carpet and the air. There's like an allergen. I think I don't know if it's the stuff I've been spraying on the carpet. It might be. I mean, it's pretty irritating smelling stuff. I just always have allergy symptoms. I always have irritated, inflamed nasal passages and sinuses. I know that's a tunnel, thank you. Now, what was the point of that? Just to have the back rooms in your Reddit fucking horror game? I liked it when it was like this. It was much better when it was something I hadn't already seen before. You gotta be ashamed of yourself. The yellow carpet. The buzzing neon lights. Is this even the right day? It is the right day. Nobody's here yet. I don't know what to expect. Am I gonna run into that dude again? He is he's a lad. The absolute size of him too. He's quite a large fellow. The weapons do nothing. Uh-oh. As I respawned already dead. Oh, it's got a bug. Nope, I can't play this anymore. I don't really care to. This kind of sucks. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would suck. Aspects of it are promising. Wonder if there's ever going to be a high-profile backrooms game. That might be cool. Uninstall that one. Never play that again. Perturbation. That sounds like a sex move. I hope I don't find out that it is one. God damn you. Hang on. Well, it's too late now. I wish it wouldn't do that. I don't know how to stop it from doing that. Good thing no one fucking watches my VODs. Am I floating? Okay, the cursor is not part of the game. The cursor moves separately from the screen. This is badly made. Hold on. Nope, there it goes. Stop jiggling! I might just not upload this VOD. I'm incredibly slow. This is like the anti-Sanic. Supposed to stop panic attacks. This is supposed to stop my panic attack. Where's the light coming from? Oh, there's lead. Oh no, the upside down furniture. I feel trapped. Yeah, this was Sandra's problem, panic attacks. I did not know how to manage those. The text does not go away. The text does not go away. Oh no, it actually is crushing me. Well, that induced some anxiety. I wish the view wouldn't move around so much. That's really annoying. What's this music? Something bad happened. In 16 by 9, how are you supposed to see anything? This text would be over the entire screen. Oh, it's turned into PT. I don't know what I expected. I expected more than this. Do I have to go backwards? Is that it? I wanted a loop. My chest hurts. I didn't go to the gym on Sunday. I need to shake up my schedule. They close this early on Sunday, so I don't always get to go. They close at like 6, so I have to get it done. I guess I have time around 4 to do it. I always feel like shit when I don't go to the gym. What is this asset? Look at this view distortion. This is like looking up and down in Duke Nukem 3D. Yeah, I remember when I thought, as a wee lad of 16, 17, I was so overwhelmed by how many different game engines there were. I'm like, I'm really going to have to learn all these different engines if I ever want to make levels and be a game designer. And now it's all been like compressed down to Unreal or Unity. There's some other ones. There's like Renderware. There's like CryEngine. Nobody fucking uses it though. Some devs like the Resident Evil devs have their own engine just for their games. Oh. What happened? am I? Let me get my drink open. I wish I could get the text off the screen. Almost like this is not a full game. There we go. That's somewhat better. Something bad happens, then what? Is this meant to represent the ideation of a person with panic attacks? I just assume everything's gonna go wrong all the time anyway. Something is guaranteed to go wrong. Bad happens always things. We're good for now. My thoughts are going around in circles. Well, you know, I don't really miss it. It was, it's not what I thought it would be. This is a lot like the paid horror games that used to be on Android. Most of them Chinese, just asset flips. There are a lot of Android asset flip games. There's so many. I think hell it would be only having those games to play. I mean, you can't complain too much if you have video games, but I mean, you also kind of can. You seen the ones I'm talking about where it's like GTA but with Spider-Man or Goku? Or like a Battletoad or some shit? Well, initial impressions, positive. I can't read the text because, once again, this does not render correctly in 21:9. So the text is off screen. I have no idea what the story is. I could just be a normal person for once in my fucking life and buy a 16:9 monitor, but I refuse. Really good looking assets, actually. Like, I don't know what these are from or what pack, but they did not make these themselves. This is from like a mansion asset pack and it looks fucking superb. Look at the grime on the toilet. Correctly applied speculars. I can't flush it. What does that say? User local something. It's just... I don't think it's even DOS. Also, this is way too new a computer to be green screen. Green screen was like the Commodore PET. I miss those days. They had some bangers of games. Probably smart. I'm shocked houses don't come with a standard nowadays in this the age of COVID. UV lights did sterilize everything kitchen related. I guess because they're garish and they're not very comforting. I don't really care about that. That's a good looking wallpaper texture. Do I need a key? I need a key. It doesn't get more classic than this, just a haunted mansion. But we don't really know how big the house is. It would probably help a lot if we could see the text. I mean, I could see the text. You ever feel alienated by movies where the backdrop is just... The pretext is it's a regular family and they just have a house that is completely unrealistic by modern standards? Like Home Alone. Home Alone was about a rich family. How am I supposed to feel bad about a rich family getting robbed? Oh, sexy booby. Older something. Must be MILFs. Looks like implants. I hate implants. Crush implants. Dissolve implants in acid. Fire implants into the moon with a rocket. Dip implants into liquid hot magma. I understand they're not for me, though. They're for the confidence boost that women get from having a bigger pair of booba. I hope that they get what they want out of it. I hope they feel good. Maybe that's intentional. Like, maybe they don't want male attention. Because the kind they're going to get with implants is not the kind they probably want anyway. Is the issue. I have strong boob-related opinions. Subscribe to me for more boob facts. Cool boob facts channel. I don't know what to do. I would really love to play this, but I can't. I can't see what the text says. Alright, yeah, no, I have to quit. Oh, I can't, okay. Incident Grove Lake. Still no one has shown up. That's bad sign. I've become grotesque. I'm a monster. I don't know what's going on with my body. I'm just burping up a storm. I just burp constantly whenever I shift my body. I'm either burping or coughing all the time. Not very sexy. I think I'm past my sexy years. I think like 35 was the cutoff. Now I'm into my dad bod years. What is this? How'd I get here? Is this a cutscene? Why are you pixelated? Why is that necessary? Shit, taking my call. I know, let's hit it straight. You gotta get out unnoticed. Medical discharge. I think I have kidney stones. That's so smart as I think it is for. Smarter than you know. So can we meet? Let's make it a public place. Where I don't have a lot of time. Neither do I. Let's say the diner on redacted. I'll bring what I found. Good, I'll see you soon. Remember what I have risked for this. I remember. I disconnected. Why can't I see my cursor? North of Nevada. Welcome to the Black Mesa Transit Center. Oh, cursor's gone. Okay. Steam controller support. Yay! Pretty standard low poly. Everything's consistent in poly count, though. The cars look like they belong in the environment. Looks mostly accurate, except for the baked-in shadows. Hang on. Like, one of my nostrils gets stuffed up and then the other one gets stuffed up. They alternate. I guess that's I can breathe. I sure wish I knew what's making my nose run all the time. I suppose it's the only building with an interior, and also the diner sign would be my clue. It's not here then. I see you have a beard. I'm also a bearded man. Hail, beard bra. Thank you for coming, Uwu. I didn't know who else to tell. I risked so much getting here. They're following me. I don't have much time. Please take these. Files and tapes. Get this stuff to the public. You need to know before it's too late. If I don't hear from you by the 11th, I'm going public with this. There's a radio station I know of, you know? Please go and be careful. They'll follow you too. I understand everything. This all makes perfect sense. Oh, UFOs.
It's a little continent, though, now. Well, that's true, especially nowadays. Yes.
Isn't this topical? Yep, it's UFO stuff. Hey, Lamau. Ha 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 ha. Hey, Lamau. What if any of these are gay Lamaus? It could be. We don't know. I like how nobody in a horror game owns a DVD player. Ooh, cursed, extra cursed be. Fuck, I want Taco Bell, but I can't spend money on that this month. Strictly prohibited. Classification as content reserved members with TSCI clearance. Grove Lake. Tape was discovered in the hand of local authorities 1997. Facility supervisor on conclusion of this tape. Used to be all the horror games were set in like the 60s and 70s early on. That's all in the 90s. I think it's generational. Everyone wants to set it back in time enough that it's spooky. I've talked about this before. Futuristic technology is the opposite of spooky. It's like comforting. It conveys a sense of power and security. Unless you're on like a spooky space station or some shit. Or underwater. If it's like a Star Trek bridge though, no way. Oh, what happened? I didn't see any limo yet. Am I nude? Why wouldn't I be in the woods? Mumble rappers. Fucking can't understand them. I guess that's the point. This is pretty Kino so far, actually. Visual sightings. Hey, I would be so charmed forever if that's the first thing aliens said to us, because they're aware of our memes. Hey, that's the first contact between humans and aliens. Humanoids, robots. True, some of them were humans, weren't they? Fourth kind. Also kind of too. Yeah, if I got abducted by aliens, I probably just wouldn't tell anybody. Just because of the stigma, even though it's more and more accepted now. Oh Lord, they're coming! Oh, don't probe my butthole. Don't probe my butthole! Why did I become Italian when I'm scared? Mario! Kill Bill, Volume 1. Spoopy. Oh, no, you got me. Fucking nabbed. Capzor! No butt stuff? No butt stuff? No butt stuff. Maybe a little butt stuff. Show me a movie, feed me dinner. We can talk about it. Oh, there's floor meat. Why is there floor meat? Is that what's inside the saucer? It's just Zen from Half-Life? Oh, the ground is squishy. No! What is this Evangelion shit? Don't you be cryptic with me, you fucking space bastards. I'm not trying to be spacist. But I am a little bit, but we all have our issues to work on. Can you imagine how enraging that would be to try to be deceptive and tricky with an alien who's abducted you? Because it'd be like a person with Down syndrome trying to bamboozle you. You need a much higher stats, like in Oblivion, like a Bethesda game. You need much higher intelligence and charisma stats for that. Like if you're trying to negotiate a treaty, they'd be able to see right through you. That's the probing room, alright. That's where the probing happens. That's where the magic happens, really. I feel like it'd be calm. Screaming doesn't help anything. Who's the tall one? Is that the leader? Is it like Invader Zim where the tallest are in charge? I have so many questions. This is actually really cool though. I'm gonna keep this one. It's so thoughtful of him to record all that. Also thoughtful of the aliens to let him record that and also to deposit his camera back on Earth for easy location. For the footage that's recoverable. Section 4. Why do you have a VHS recorder? Who takes one of those? I guess you would maybe take that camping. Alone though? Really? For what? Capture some nature footage? Going on to Cyberpunk City. Or maybe regular. Not every city has to be Cyberpunk. That's an old ass car, never mind. Am I gonna regret this? I already do. That was rude. Art Bell receives a frantic call from a man claiming to have worked in Area 151.
Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country. Oh man, I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
Well, you can't spend a lot of time on the phone, so give us something quick.
Okay. Okay. What we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, I'm sorry, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Discharge.
I started getting...
Is that it? Spooky interdimensional beings. I know there's a lot of people who think they're demons. That would require Christianity to be true, which we know it's not, so they're not demons. Interdimensional spoopermans? I mean, you could argue that's the same difference. I'm keeping that one. That one was cool. Keeping that one. I don't know. This one was made by George Broussard. I don't know if it's the George Broussard or not. I somehow doubt it. If you don't believe me, go check. Go on the page for this game. The name of the dev is George Broussard. This it seems plausible. He might be doing like hobby projects.
Altair 4, a planet 17 light years from Earth, containing one Mr. and Mrs. White, who run a moisture farm for an unconcerned company at the far edge of explored space.
Why?
Today is like any other in the lives of Mr. and Mrs. White, but tonight they entertain a guest with a particular artifact that will test the limit of their belief in fate.
Why would you farm for moisture on a desert planet?
Father? Good morning. Off to another day at the Ma and Megan's factory. With luck, I'll get promoted soon. Their mother will be very happy.
Strong Star Wars vibes.
Watch out for sandcats on your way to the factory. I will. See you tonight for a game of chess. I look forward to it. Are the sandcats back again? Yes, I saw one on the North Ridge yesterday. I'll be careful. You'll be dead. Just kidding. Just be careful. I've been practicing, you know. That's good. Your mother thinks I can't beat you. Never argue with Mother. Bye.
Just walk right through me, that's fine.
Time to get to work and earn more moisture credits.
Why would you do that? I mean, if you were an intergalactic company, I mean, this is a company, a space company, and you wanted moisture, why would you not get asteroid ice? Comets have ice. Why would you not collect comets? There's so many better ways to get moisture than a desert planet, which is naturally arid and doesn't have a lot of moisture. It doesn't make sense that you would do that. They're just copying that shit from Tatooine. And Tatooine had moisture farms not to export the moisture, but for people to drink locally. Wow, he's fast. It's like Kenshi.
The turbine breaker tripped right back off again. I can't use that. Got it. Nah. The breaker won't. That won't help me.
Inventory tab.
I can't use that. The turbine breaker tripped right. The breaker won't stay on. Nah.
I got the tool bag. I can't go there. Beautiful pixel art, by the way. Just stunning. Well, nope. I don't need to go there. That's not where I need to be.
No power means no moisture extraction, and that means no moisture credits. The turbine powers them. Pressing the button does. It's locked. Busy, otherwise I'd be tempted to fire up a classic. I should use it with something.
This is my... Oh, here we go.
Nah.
Oh, that's what where that is. Okay.
Pressing the button.
Let's try this again. So what's this, a wind turbine?
Won't work. No po- Nah. Won't work.
How do you know that? It's a crazy space setting. You don't know what's going to work.
No
Well,
point.
Don't decide that for me, old man.
No time for rest.
So it's got to be in the shed. That's the only other place left to look.
No power. The turbine powers them. Nah. Won't work. No point. Nah. 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 I should use it with...
Use it with what? Computer. Monitor. Monitor switch.
Pressing a button.
I love this type of game. Also, the functionality of being able to see the points you can click on really helps make it less frustrating.
That won't help me. I can't use...
I know you can't. Why would you be able to? I can't go past the sandcat. Sandcat will fucking kill me. Maybe I can throw the tool bag at the sandcat. I won't go there.
Won't work.
I can't go past the cat. That's the kitty cat is actually a nice kitty cat. I can't go there. What am I missing? I'm really into desert imagery lately. Especially pixel art deserts. They're just uniquely pretty. It makes me interested in Akira Toriyama's, I think that's his name, Sandland. Y'all seen the trailer for Sandland? It looks amazing. I think sci-fi desert is a neglected comment. Actually, that's just Dune. Never mind. I mean, like more like desert punk. Rather, I guess Dune is desert punk. Fuck. I just want different takes on the setting and premise. Is I guess what I'm getting at.
I should...
No.
I should use it.
Should use it with something. Use it with what?
No power means... The turbine powers the moisture...
Generator offline. Turbine power offline. Guess I may as well just die. The game has clearly telegraphed to me that the Sandcats will kill me. Sup, Hell Hydra. We're gonna play a really big, cool, important game tonight, but I haven't gotten started to get because I didn't want to waste stream time with no viewers playing a game I paid $10 for. So we're gonna have to wait until there's more people here. We're playing a little LucasArts style point and click until then. Wait, no, what was that? No, that's just what it looks like. It's like 16-bit Kenchi. Hang on. Kenshi is basically my ideal desert punk game. Maybe Sandland will overtake it in my heart. We'll see.
Altair, not bad for a dusty, barren. Altair 4 in all its heavenly glory. Not bad for a dusty, barren rock.
It is actually. I sure would like to know how the air is breathable. I don't see any plants or any water.
This is as close as I'm getting to that thing. This is as close as I'm getting to that thing. No point.
What do I do? This rock is looking awfully like a hamster. I think someone embedded a hamster into this rock. No. Alright, well, then what? Then what? It won't let me go here. Huh. There are 2 viewers.
Turbine breaker trip.
Yeah, that's enough for me. I'm not really feeling this game. We're gonna play a real game now. Interior Worlds. This is my Soda Raptor. I wasn't very impressed by the demo of Interior Worlds. But I was really impressed by Hypnagogia, so I have to give it a chance. I'd be fool not to. Not in the dark, headphones on, always, always. I can't sneeze, but I need to. Looks more polished since the demo. This. Alright, let's get started. I've been looking forward to playing this. It's been really tempting, and it's hard not to, been hard not to start playing this before the stream. Also, it's really hard not to watch Vinny play this, because I don't want to spoil it for myself. Oh, the road again. Once again, you found yourself on the move. You're able to get any sleep. Nestled deep in the routine of another nighttime drive for some release. Develops everything around you yet. Despite the loneliness of this localized void, something is following you. Miles of bearing chalked road between you and whatever point you decide to turn back. Tonight feels different. You never felt like turning back less than you right now. You lots of blackened buildings, dimly lit hallways. They all lie awake along with you. With each one you pass along the way, the urge to pay them a visit grows stronger. These spaces between the spaces, the connecting bridges between different worlds, liminal spaces. Bridges that are themselves a world on their own, each leading nowhere. But do they really go nowhere? What do they want to show us? Profound stuff, my lad, my dude, my guy. Next fuel stop is an answer. Ooh, Kino. Pretty, pretty, pretty. I can't run. I can run with shift, but the usual button doesn't work. Duck. Jump. I'd like to rebind these controls, please. Doesn't feel like a Soda Raptor game. It kind of does. I've been here. Cruising around at 3 in the morning because you can't sleep. Perusing the various offerings of disgusting mold-formed neon gelatinous gummy candies and other processed sugars. On lunch break. It's not lunchtime, my guy. What do you mean lunch break? Oh, look at that. That's so cute. It's made out of sprites. This would be called sprite work in Build Engine. There's a lot of that sort of thing. Part of why I chose it over Quake, because I could do stuff like that and not have to make it out of level geometry. It seems like a really cozy game, though. Also, paradoxically cozy and... Hold on. Paradoxically cozy and unsettling. Oh, what are these? Donuts? I don't recognize any of this shit, except for the gummy candy. Nothing in here is good for your body. I have no reflection. I'm a vampire. Confirmed. I always wanted to make a City of Vampires book. Explore how society would be different with vampires in control, but that's already Daybreakers. Daybreakers was already made. I can't just copy that. I really would like to see how my own creatures interact with vampires, though, in a literary setting. Nope. No flashlight. I'd appear to have no flashlight. What a conveniently arranged set of vehicles. Nope, blocked. This is a mood, though. The only danger in taking night walks like this is if you're a big dude like me, you could get stopped by the cops who assume that you're up to no good. Because usually they're right if they see a dude dressed in dark clothing wandering around buildings and shit and foliage at nighttime. They have every reason to be suspicious. I don't want to create any misunderstandings. Ah. Aha. Ooh. Yeah, baby. We're going to use that. Well, we found the shitter. Interactive toilets, game of the year, all years, confirmed. If I can flush the toilet, it's a good game. Ew, I don't want. Oh man, I got all poo juices all over it. A lot of busy work. This is feeling more Soda Raptor-y now. And the demo is 100% photography. Look at that skybox. That's lovely. Wish there was an option to turn off the grain. What's with all this wasted space? Motorcycles, I guess. Oh, baby. Oh, we're in Wonderland now. That's where the tweakers sleep, I think. Oh, no, this is where the tweakers are. What the fuck? Why is this here? What is this? That doesn't seem right. We're onto some fucked up shit now. Guaranteed. That opened by itself. Why am I not suspicious of this? I'm a zoomer. What is this? I don't recognize it. Where was I just now? Oh, nowhere. This is not the same, Is this the same facility? This looks different. The lights are off. It's like it's always been closed. There's not even any windows. What happened? Lost controller connectivity. No, never mind. This was the demo level. I'm surprised they're reusing it. Wonder if anything will be different. Okay. F does nothing. I can't close the door. My nasal passages are so fucking irritated. I don't know what it is doing it either. But look at that cozy little fort in there. I should probably do mouse and keyboard for this. I remember he did some weird button usage where if you don't use mouse and keyboard, it's awkward to control. Like using F to advance the film. Nope, 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 not this way. Oh, you get a penalty if you stay zoomed in too long. What an interesting... I guess that's to prevent you from just doing this. Interesting mechanic. I see, I see. I see, okay. Can't have both. I imagine it'll only get worse when I bug bomb the room. If I don't air it out well enough. I wouldn't fucking gas my cat. I don't know what I'm gonna do with her. I feel like she's smart enough to know that if she goes inside and it smells bad, that she should not be in there. How do I open this? Already quite different. You know, never got a game adaptation that would make a bitchin' game. Maybe a Telltale game if they're still around. Is Buckaroo Banzai. You ever see Buckaroo Banzai? What a fever dream. Buckaroo Banzai's Journeys in the Fifth Dimension. The old conceit is that if you go through solid matter, there's a dimension inside of it. Buckaroo Banzai was raised by like a nuclear physicist and also is trained in martial arts. He's like a ninja. I think it's Peter Weller from like RoboCop. Sort of marriage of the 1950s and 60s obsession with cowboys and the 80s and 90s obsession with ninjas. Remember that? Remember when that was the thing? Pirates versus ninjas, cowboys versus ninjas. Haha, lol, so random. What am I not doing here? To find the correct photo to take. How do I break this? Short talk, you already have a VR headset, sir. Also, the Cosmos was not a good headset from what I heard. Or was it the controllers that were the bad part? I heard really mixed things about that. I guess you could resell it. That'd be a good steal. You might have trouble finding a buyer though. Is it? That's probably what I was thinking of, is the Cosmos. I remember the Cosmos had inside-out tracking, but not well done. Not good inside-out tracking. It also had like the tribal tattoos style illuminated pattern, which just looked awful. Awful. The Fran Drescher accent. That fucking when women have that accent, they seem fucking diamonds. Like Lois Griffin has it. Guess that's the reason it evolved. Listen to the heartbeat. Okay. All right. Oh. That was a spooper man. That was a ghost. Oh. Short talk, what did you do? Or was that Zulu? Nothing in here. Oops. Good, it doesn't count. If you accidentally snap a photo. I guess because that'd be an easy way to soft lock and have to restart the level. I read online that I don't think it's true. I think someone fact checked it, but someone was saying how people in wherever fucking the H.P. Lovecraft was. I want to say New England, New Hampshire. One of those that would have had Boston accents, so it would have been like, "Oh God, it's an eldritch horror from beyond my comprehension." They would have sounded like the scout from TF2. What unfathomable horror! But that's actually not true. Daniel Webster was quoted once apparently as saying that that region of the country had the most pure English in the United States, which probably Howard was a big fan of, being one of those kinds of guys. I guess they figured out that if you can't see any visible indication of the anomalies, that people will just run around in the viewfinder mode. That's a difference from the demo. Someone buy me Amnesia the Bunker. I want it. That's my case. I want it. I want it. It's $25 and I can't quite justify that this month. Can't quite justify a $25 game. This is already better than the demo. I hope that Amnesia is also better than the demo was. Could it be I'm supposed to... Did that count? Oh, it didn't. No, it makes a little gah noise. Uncomfy. Parking structures always have felt surreal and uncomfortable to me. Because they seem to go on forever. And they're supremely sort of disquieting places. I feel like you're in the labyrinthine intestines of some giant mechanical beast. That's where I was before. Has this been reduced by one floor, maybe? Is there anything up here? No, it's been reduced in size, I believe. That was just for my own personal album. I've been here. Much larger environment here. Also, this has been changed. The key is not where it used to be. Looking for a red key, and I'm looking for ghosts. Spooky ghosts! Oh no! Fucking ghosts! They're always fucking doing ghost sex on my car. Go away, ghosts, I say. Leave this place. They're like, little privacy, please. Can ghosts reproduce? That's actually a ghost lore question I don't know if there's an answer to. You would think no, right? You would think they're dead. But they're made out of ghost matter. So presumably a ghost woman still has like a ghost uterus, right? You're the same shape. You're just made out of spirit matter. Logically, a male and a female ghost ought to be able to bump uglies and get her pregnant then, with a ghost baby made out of the same ectoplasm, then surely. Ooh, what's under here? Oni-chan. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Two more. Oh, there's the key! Fuck! How do I open this? I need like a crank to put in here or some shit. I'm not gonna look up a guide for this. I don't want to waste my money. I should say your money. No, man. Wait. What are these? Oh, this is a puzzle. I pushed the button. That was a total fluke. I could have wandered for hours and not found that. I think I assumed until now it was just an emergency light. I have a key. That doesn't open. Maybe the stairwell. There we go. There we are. There we are. It's a fucking Alamo! Was anyone expecting that? For him to just be vibing in a chair? That's not spooky. That's not mysterious. That's like if you walked in the bathroom and found an Alamo jerking off. You would be amazed and fascinated by seeing an alien, but you would be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone in here." And probably you would give him his privacy. And only go back to thinking like, "Wow, we're not alone in the universe," after he is nutted and cleaned up. And shit has stopped being awkward. There's this picture I want to show you, but I can't do it on Twitch. I'll get demonetized or banned. It's like a Chuck Tingle illustration, where there's this muscular dude with his butt showing in his bedroom. I have a good reason why I saved this. Hang on. Don't pass judgment. And there's two like muscular looking like gay porn aliens that are just muscly dudes with ripped abs and green skin and antennas. The busted in Kool-Aid Man style through a hole in the wall, and you can see their UFO landed in the distance, and they're just like posing with like they're wearing boxer briefs with giant bulges. They're like, it's something special. It's got that. Oh, here we go. This is where it was last time. I'm stupid. Oh man, that unlocked a core memory. There was supposed to be a Chuck Tingle video game, wasn't there? But Zoe Quinn got involved and doomed it. She's the one who started Get Woke, Go Broke. Everyone wanted to be involved with her after Depression Quest, and then she fucking turned everything to shit that she touched. People are still really emotional and defensive about her, though. She must be a lovable person. Down one floor. What now, brown cow? No, that's not it. Where there was a door with a red key. I mean a red lock. Maybe it wasn't on that floor. I haven't heard the ghost alarm in a while. Why do ghosts die when I photograph them? Is this Fatal Frame, or are ghosts really shy? Maybe they're nude. And they die of embarrassment at me seeing like their ghost dingleberry. I'm totally fucking uploading all these to Ghost TikTok, you guys. Everybody's gonna see your spiritual wang dang doodle. Oh, the lights are off. Oh, fuck you, Ghost. Gotcha! Motherfucking Capzor! What do you have to say for yourself? Ooh, all shamefaced. Ooh, caught in the act. Caught in 4K. Caught in fucking Laserdisc. Baby don't like that? Baby gonna cry? He's just a little man. He's just a little guy. Little man, guy man dude. That's his name from now on, Guy Man Dude. I mean, that's, I guess, what you're looking for mostly when you urban explore, isn't it? It's ghosts and aliens. Or alien ghosts, like from the History Channel. Next on the History Channel, was Hitler an alien ghost? Oh, spoopy. This is turning into Lost in Vivo. Short talk. I guess the appeal would be your headset. The headset. If you have a index, you could use it interchangeably. All Steam hardware is interchangeable. Nothing really prevents you from wearing the Elite if you prefer that one and using your Index Knuckles controllers. What is this? Oh, it's a compass. Multi-use pocket compass. Oh, nearest photo anomaly. That's a bit superfluous, isn't it? I haven't had any trouble so far finding them. Look at how that's working. Look at the compass. That's not how a compass works. Fucking idiot. The needle is supposed to move independently in the background. Oh, now it's doing it, kind of. I guess the background continues to show the cardinal directions regardless. I'm the idiot. Often that turns out to be the case. I thought you had a index, Short Talk. Oh wait, no, you have the Samsung. Maybe if you sell your Samsung towards the cost of this headset. But it wouldn't really give you much advantage. You get better optics, maybe. But you would have to... The controllers wouldn't be any better. It might actually be worse. You'd lose all your buttons, and you have to use those touch discs. Discs. Discuses. I guess I better move the mice out too. What am I gonna do with the mice? Actually is pretty necessary. I take it back. It's just because the map is so large. Large. That didn't count? Do these ghosts consent to being photographed? I didn't even know the Samsung used lighthouses. I thought it didn't. I thought it used inside-out tracking. Which honestly is better anyway. If I had it to do over again, I probably would have kept my OG Rift and just ridden that till it died. I gave that to a buddy though. Or I sold it, I mean, to a buddy. For a good price. Uncomfortable. Weird vibes. I don't know what I'm complaining about. That's the point of the game. This is just weird vibes, the game. Bugs, get off me. Can't go in there. Yeah, it was not great. Which is a shame. The headset apparently had pretty good optics. Everything else was just bad. Yep, we're suddenly back in Lost in Vivo. We can never get very far away from that, can we? Oh. Alright. It's not abandoned. We're not in Silent Hill yet. I'm not ready yet. We're gonna go back down here. I feel like there's more stuff we didn't see. This is such a different vibe for Soda Raptor. I mean, I guess not compared to some of the spooky levels of Hypnagogia. Oh, wait. I hear something. It's inside there, isn't it? Oh, fuck. Am I supposed to photograph it through the hole? Is the New York subway system still like this? Was it ever not? Oh, fuck yeah. Interactive soda. I can drink the soda too. Wait, no, I can't. There it is. This is fun so far. This is better than the demo. The demo is just kind of bare bones. I guess that's a foolish complaint, though. Of course it is. It's a demo. It's a proof of concept, mostly. This is already more eventful and nuanced and sophisticated, though. So, funny story. I was so enticed by Amnesia the Bunker that I went looking for another World War I themed game that was cheaper. And I found Necrovision, and I didn't buy it because it had really bad reviews. It had really mixed reviews. I watched I think GGG Man Lives game on video on it. I wanted to. It looked really good. It was by a lot of the same guys as Painkiller, which makes sense. Painkiller had a World War I level set in hell that was really compelling. I guess they were like, wow, this is the fan favorite. We should make a whole game based off this. Well, they did. And it's fucking nutters. It's insane. Bananas. It's got like dragons and shit. There's a dragon in it. You ever play Necrovision? At first, it seems like a pretty good concept. Haunted World War One shooter with magic and shit. But they really go crazy. The ones that feel like an asset flip game because there's so much shit in there that doesn't belong. There's zombies, and that's fine. World War I zombies, pretty standard stuff. There's like demons. It's kind of like Trenchfoot. Trenchfoot's good though. It's got really weird, bad graphics. It's got janky physics. It's an upgraded Painkiller engine. Came out in I think 2011. So it's during the Brown and Bloom. Oh, there's a fucking. Was that a Wendigo? Last time I said it was a Skinwalker, and Short Talk said it was a Wendigo, and he was right. I'm betting on Short Talk this time. Oh, he opened it for me. What a thoughtful lad. What a thoughtful little lad who loves berries and cream. I'll show you berries and cream if I catch you. By which I mean my tiny shriveled testicles. And semen. He's just a skinny, how to put this? It's hard to describe Spooperman in these games without sounding like you're saying like a racial hatred. He's a really skinny black fellow. I mean literally black colored. Like a shadow man. Who's really emaciated. Looks like he's a concentration camp victim. It just like the burned guy from Half-Life 2. That always keeps getting lore videos made on how his texture uses a photograph of a real burned corpse. Which is true, by the way. That one Half-Life 2 dead body model uses his photo source textures from a real dead body. Anything? No, nothing. Been down here. I'm glad I have this now. I shit-talked it immediately and was immediately proven wrong. I should shut my mouth and learn. before I poo-poo someone else's ideas. Alright, so... Oh, it's down there. It's just on the other side. Okay, okay. I got this. Ah! How'd I miss that before? Don't answer that. I haven't found any funny little alien friends. Speaking of which, how are you guys reacting to the whole Pentagon whistleblower thing about UFOs? Have you been keeping up to date on that? I forget who he was. He like worked in the government with high level clearance. He's not some crackpot. This is not Bob Lazar all over again. This is a guy who is confirmed to be working in a place where he would have this access to the information he claims to. Claiming that not only are Alama's real, but the government has like 12 captured ships. And that we've been trying to reverse engineer them. You think that could be true? Does that mean we're not alone in the universe? I want to believe too. Here's what makes me not believe. I have to be the voice of reason, and I have to be the party pooper. Why would the government hound and try to assassinate Julian Assange and Edward Snowden for leaking their secrets, their dirty laundry, but they would just let this guy go public with all of his UFO knowledge? They haven't tried to like assassinate him yet or do anything. They haven't even charged him with anything. The other thing is, I don't believe they would find organic bodies. I believe if aliens exist out there and have the technology to cross interstellar distances, they also have the technology to be post-biological, to rebuild their bodies in whatever configuration is optimal for long-term spaceflight. Thus, I don't see how they could possibly be like E.T. Like the squishy, fragile, little gray naked guys. Here's my hypothesis. If this is legit, here's what makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense that you would have all this technology and you would accidentally crash your ships or get shot down. What makes sense to me is that if you wanted to give humanity technology, but in a way that was not politically disruptive, where you weren't taking sides and it looked like an accident, that way Russia's not like, hey, aliens, how come you gave Americans technology? How come you did this? Or if you gave it to America but then gave it to Russia too, they'd be like, excuse me? Why are you giving the same technology to my enemies? And also just, it's good for our ego. It's, let us believe that we shot the ships down, or that we're being sneaky and clever. If you wanted to seed humanity with certain technologies that will help them along, this is a good way to do it that's politically neutral. But in which case, there wouldn't be dead bodies on board. They would be drones. And even if that's not what they're doing, it doesn't make sense that they would send manned vehicles into a gravity well within range of human weapons where they could be shot down. That doesn't make sense. Even then, they would send unmanned drones. So I question very intensely how we could possibly have crewed vehicles with bodies. You see my reasoning? Like, there's just shit that doesn't check out. Most of what we've seen have been little chrome spheres, which look like drones to me. So you see why I have questions still? There have been UFO reports where a human gets out of the ship, also, which would seem to align with the idea that we recovered these vehicles and either learned to fly them or reverse engineered them, as this guy claims the government's trying to do. And then we're able to create our own vehicles based on that technology. For the same reason, I don't believe in reptilian aliens, I don't believe in Greys, and I don't believe in Pleiadians. And this is because those are exactly the sort of aliens that humans would invent. Pleiadians are just the human Nordic beauty ideal. It's just flattering ourselves that saying the perfect alien would be what Nazis thought a perfect human would be. Ah, I found a little man. I don't believe in Greys, because Greys also just seem like human idea of what our continued evolution would look like. Like they're humanoid, they have the same mouths and noses, they have 2 eyes, they just have bigger heads, they're just smarter. It's just a smarter, more evolved human. We don't know what more evolved looks like, though. But assuming it continues along the same lines that turn chimps into humans, you would get something like a Grey. So it looks like something someone fabricated. Reptilians also don't make sense to me because they adhere to earthly taxa. Reptiles are Earth life. Can you persuade me there would be aliens with scales? Yeah, maybe. Aliens that specifically look like dinosaurs, though? No. Too close. Too similar. It's like there was that sauropod sapien mock-up that was done back in the 70s of what dinosaurs would look like if they didn't all die out and if some of them evolved into humanoids. Some people saw that and they're like, alright, that's a believable alien. Here's the counter argument, though. If you were aliens and you wanted to interact with humanity at arm's length, where we couldn't steal any secrets from you, you might use avatars. If you have the ability to make a synthetic body, it wouldn't necessarily look like a robot. It might possibly just be a synthetic biological construct designed to mislead humans about your true appearance, so we don't collect any information that can be used against you. Like nothing combat relevant. So you might like make something that doesn't terrify us too much. Like a beautiful blonde Pleiadian or a lizard alien. You know what I mean? Like when you're dealing with technology on that level, nothing is guaranteed. Anything you're seeing could be bullshit somehow. Look at how much AI alone has confused the narrative about what's real and what's not real, and how much you can trust pictures. When we get to the level where we can synthesize a biological body and implant and upload in it, you could fake a dragon. You could fake a unicorn. You could make a real dragon or unicorn. Easy peasy. So what would stop aliens from making fake bodies in order to interact with us through these proxies? I'm not saying that's what's happening for sure. I'm saying that's why you can't trust that we know what they look like if they are even embodied. What if I brought the alien a soda? Ah ha 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 ho ho. What now, bitches? I get good on the tunnel. Don't kill me. Don't you kill me. Don't you fucking kill me now. Give me that eye green glow again. I just, no, I can't. I have to go back out this way. I was arguing on Quora again earlier today. That was my first mistake. Finding short arguments that really make people go insane, which is a hobby of mine, as you may well know. And they were talking on a feminist site, which I am sub to. Subscribe gift about how a lot of dudes think that if a woman goes out on a date with you and you pay for her food, that she has to sleep with you, which is of course bullshit. Nothing entitles anyone to sex. But my reply was, you know, to be fair, if you're in a relationship already and you bring food to your, like, takeout, like good quality takeout from, like, or not even good quality, like Panda Express, and bring it to your hungry girlfriend, it often does work out that way. You're gonna get your dick wet. Women have a strong emotional reaction to being very hungry, and you're like your glorious savior if you bring them, like, even restaurant chain food that you paid for, and you bring it to them where they are. Their ideal boyfriend is like an Uber driver, apparently. You're getting your knob slobbered, son. 'Cause you know why? Bitches be hungry. They'd be hungry for some scrimps. Like in the walnut shrimp at Panda Express. I got Panda Express on the mind. That's the only good thing they have. Everything fucking sucks there. I know that's not a controversial opinion. I tried. I thought, you know, this is like when they told me Arby's was bad, just because all the cheap food at Arby's is crap. This is going to be another case where it's actually really good, or it's decently good at least. It's not. They're low. They're like the noodles are bad. They're like edible rubber styrofoam. They're lo mein bad. They're everything they make is not great. Their Szechuan beef is rubbery. The only really good thing they make that I would go there and eat voluntarily is their walnut shrimp. It's inexplicably good given the quality of the rest of the menu. You ever run on these as a kid and get yelled at? But they couldn't fucking catch you because it made you so fast? Little people who move their walkways. You ever wonder why they had these at airports but they don't have them like anywhere else? Like, they're not in shopping malls, they're not in college campuses. I guess because there's not like a time limit. You're not in a hurry. Oh, escalators. Wait a minute. Is this a Chinese escalator? No, I'm still alive. Okay. Ooh, airport vibes. Here it is. I don't think these are ghosts. I think these are just stray braps hanging in the air. Ghostly, forbidden braps of days gone by. The days of yore. I'm dying. Not soon enough, though. Well, that opens up later. Oh, that's true. Train stations, okay. So it has to take a couple boxes. It's got to be a really big campus indoors because they can't get rained on. It's got to be somewhere where people are in a hurry all the time. So that's not just anywhere. I'm surprised they don't have one in the Apple HQ. Oh, it lifted the gate. That's helpful. Oh, from this side it won't open. Okay. Ooh, that was a... That's strike one, Strider. This is a no dad joke channel. There's only one damn dad in this town, brother. The cream of the crop. I got stopped so many fucking times here in airport. I would always have weird stuff in my bags, like an Xbox. My dad beat my ass once because he was frustrated with me that I brought a full-size Xbox on vacation. I had like DV920 video glasses, which were much more expensive and rare item. Nowadays you can get video glasses for like $100 from China. They're nothing. But back in my day, like 2012, 2013. It's actually what... No, this was longer ago than that. This was before Florida. So that would have been like 2006, 2007. They were a rarity. I had a pair of video glasses stolen from me that this chick I slept with. Just because she had never seen them. I don't even care. They were 320 by 240. I didn't mind losing those. Joke's on her. Video glasses were the shit back in the day. You could hook them up to your iPod Touch, and you could watch videos on the airplane, and they could be in the privacy of your own little personal theater. Yeah, they think it's a bomb. They always think it's a bomb. Everything's a bomb to TSA. Fine by me. TSA feeling me up is the most action I get all year. I'll even take a Shaniqua. She can fucking work her hands up in my crevice. Nothing this way. Anything here? No. Why is that? Everybody at the fucking airport is... I can't... Actually, that's politically incorrect. Let's abort that whole line of discussion. It's like... It's the same with the DMV, though. It's like everywhere that the government does hiring or has undue influence on hiring, it's all like one race. I guess that's what maximum diversity looks like. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. We live in a more tolerant, inclusive time for one sort of person. What the... Wait, what? I can't grab that? Look what's going on there. Ghost money. It fucking faded away. This is the story of my life. That's what happened to my Bitcoin. I know what hiring quotas are, but I've never seen someplace where it's like all one demographic. So you can glimpse into the future. This is the gate I opened. Can I not push that? Bugs, get off me. What was that? Nothing. Ooh, I know this. I've seen this in photos. I'm pretty sure this is based on a real airport. Otherwise, he just used photo source as inspiration and these architectural. I love airports. Does anyone else love the architecture of airports? This airport architecture looks like what 1980s thought the future would be. As a wee little babito, whose brain was addled by hard sci-fi novels, whenever we went on an airplane trip, I always looked around at the architecture and thought, this is what our colleges will be like. Our colleges will be like a combination of airport and mall architecture and cruise ship architecture on the interior. Interior crocodile alligator. It just seems like this is what architects arrived at if you ask them to design appealing, spacious human habitat substrate. I also hope that this is what Mars colonies look like. Probably not, because habitat space on another planet's at a premium. I would hope so, though, someday. This is where you always see Karens trying to argue their way up to first class. Excuse me? I have medical issues. Here's my doctor's note. You have to put me in first class, otherwise you're discriminating against people who have hyperplasia or whatever the fuck it is. They always have the yappy little dogs too. Is there a convention, I wonder, for Karens? There should be. If there's not, there should be. Especially for the sake of Karen chasers, dudes who like to fucking take Karens to Pound Town and sexually punish all the impudence out of their dumpy middle-aged bodies. Or just fucking crushing that pussy like a Coke can against your forehead. That loose, flappy, post-menopausal pussy with beef curtains like a wizard sleeve. Getting me all worked up. I'm getting to be about that age too myself, so that's what I better learn to enjoy. Because that's what I can pull these days. It's either that or pickle surprise, and pickle surprise is a fate worse than death. So Karen's it is. Let me ride on the. Oh, I'm gonna cry. You really won't let me ride on the conveyor belt. Yes, you will. I think. It doesn't move me though. I can't ride it. Oh, boo! Worst game of all time. Make it rain, robot! That'll get you 10 minutes. 10 minutes in heaven. No. Superman. What are some other memories from that time period? You ever see a Sega Coliseum arcade machine? I saw one of those in an airport. Airports had arcades once upon a time. Not, I don't forget if it was before or after TSA. There was a lot of stuff that was before TSA because people would just come visit the airport because there would be a section you could sit in for free just to watch the airplanes take off and land. Nowadays they charge you for that. Nowadays you either have to be checked in to go there or they charge you a fee if you want to sit in the observation room and watch the planes take off and land, which is really sad. There used to be old men who that's what they would do. They would come, they'd buy coffee, they'd sit down with their book. But anyways, there was like a little dinky, shitty arcade with the usual, like mostly not good games. It was stuff like that baby roulette. Like a lot of arcade games are just baby gambling, or based on actual casino stuff. Like the coin pushers, where you drop a token in and the token pushes other tokens off the shelf. Or that one where it's roulette. It's a spinny thing, and you have to try to get it to stop in an area where you get a prize. But they had a Sega Coliseum. That blew my mind. I thought I was seeing like alien technology, something out of like the year 3000. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Did you ever see one of those machines when you were like in the age range where that was meaningful to you? Probably people here were babies when that happened, so they wouldn't have understood what they're looking at. How to fucking describe it? Coliseum was like, fuck. You know those novelty hologram things at Spencer's? Like a novelty gift? Where it's like two reflective dishes, rim to rim, in an enclosed saucer-shaped chamber, and there's a hole in the top. And if you put like a penny at the bottom of it, then the reflections bounce off of the interior discs in such a way that the penny appears to be at the top, poking through the hole, but you reach out and you try to get it and it's not there. It's an optical illusion. It's the same, I'm convinced it's the same effect, but they did it with like a CRT television, and they display characters with a black background so the black doesn't get reflected, and they do it so nothing else gets reflected but the screen somehow. And the dish is facing you. It's open to you, but it's a hemispherical dish, and the TV is underneath the cabinet. You can't see the screen, so it reflects the characters in like a fighting game. I didn't see that. Everyone talks about the Time Traveler game, which is like a QTE event with like a cowboy. I never saw that one. I saw the one that was like Street Fighter, but it was actually really rudimentary. You couldn't really control movement at all. It was like Rocket Sock Robots. But the little guys appear to be floating there on this black glass surface. Sega was all about that kind of shit at the time. They were all about novelties. Too much so. I think it's because their strength has always been the arcade. So they would always try to innovate in ways that would draw your attention in an arcade setting. Which is why they always had these big, like, tens of thousands of dollars cabinets. Which would, have, like, remember the one that was Sega Saturn based that you could ski? It had real skis you'd stand on, and it would have poles you'd hold on to. Then you'd angle your body left to right to, like, slalom around flags. Or Hang On. Everyone's seen Hang On with the real motor. Everybody as a kid in that era knew Hang On because they always wanted to look cool on the fake motorcycle and lean left and right. This was the first time I'd seen anything like a hologram in real life, though. Another one like that was I forget what it's called. It's fake VR. It was like the game was Beach Zone 2000, where you control the turret shooting at attackers coming up a beach. Hello, little guy. And it wasn't VR really. How to put this? It was like it's like a monitor inside of a head unit, but the head unit did not attach to your head. There was like handles, like a periscope on either side of it, and you could turn it to look any which way, and that's how the head tracking worked. It didn't have any like motion sensors. It was connected to like a gimbal. It was suspended from above, and you would turn it to look which way you wanted to look, but it didn't have lenses like eyepieces. It had a Fresnel lens. I don't think it was a CRT actually in there. It might have been, but I think it was actually an LCD, or at least in later revisions. The early ones were CRT, and it would just greatly magnify the image, so it would fill more of your view. It was yellow. It was like the headpiece was. Has anyone else ever played that? I'm not imagining things, Em. I didn't dream it. I really had a hard on for VR back in the 90s, and it was I had blue balls because you couldn't get it anywhere. The only places you could get VR in like fucking 94, 95 were either malls that had virtuality units, which were real VR, and they were $5 a goddamn minute, or the imagination something, I forget what it's called at Disney. Disney had this entirely VR based attraction, which is like a big indoor building. Some of it was not real VR though. Some of it was like just standing in front of a big screen with motion detectors and a camera that would look at you, like Kinect. It's just Kinect with a big display basically. Some of it was VR though. Like there was an Aladdin ride. I don't remember that being 3D though. I remember that also being a monitor in front of your face. That was the kind of shit where if you wanted if you wanted VR in the 1990s, that was a more expensive hobby than like snorting cocaine off a hooker's ass. You may as well be like, oh, my hobby is riding dinosaurs. Because there were like 2 or 3 companies that could give you what you wanted, and all of them were at a really high price. It would be like being a Roman emperor and wanting a steam-powered car. Could it be done? Probably. Would it cost your whole kingdom? Yes. Doable, but at a really impractical cost. Consequently, I'd have like dreams, nerd dreams, where I would look into a VR headset and finally get to see what it looks like in there. I was so curious, and only when, actually, it wasn't Oculus that answered that question. It was when phone-based VR came out, because that was what I could afford first. I got like a Zeiss VR1. It's like a fancy Google Cardboard, basically. And finally, I got to stick my head in there. And what's funny is, even cardboard. Not literal cardboard, but the plastic viewers that were on the nicer end with a good smartphone, which would have been like an S4, S5, S6, was way the fuck better than even the most expensive purpose-built VR because of economies of scale. Purpose-built VR had to have purpose-built microdisplays that are really only used for VR or camcorders. Like the LCD viewfinder. So there weren't economies of scale to bring the cost down. So you would be paying like, I think when I looked at what the cost was for VR headsets in 2009, it was like $35,000 for a Cybermind headset, which would have given me like 1024 by 768 resolution. Had like a 60 to 70 degree field of view. Then there was an ill-fated company that tried to make VR affordable in 2007 or 8. It's called like Tri-Dimensionality, Tri-Def or something, where it was 320 by 240 resolution displays, which is with VR, it's just a fate worse than death. It was the same specs basically as the virtuality headsets, but because it was later in time, they were able to deliver it at a reasonable price point. It just wasn't good. So when the day finally came that after all those years of lusting after VR and wondering what it would be like to have my head inside the headset, I finally got to see, and it was magic. It was a magic moment. This magic moment. It would last forever. Okay, I have a red key. Where was the red door? I don't think they would have made cars. I think because they didn't have roads that were fit for them. I think they would have made trains. I think there's a plausible history where ancient Rome had a railroad network, where somebody would have taken the steam engine seriously as more than a toy. They had everything they needed for trains. They just weren't concerned with it. I mean. Hero of Alexandria, the great inventor of legend, presented the emperor of the time with a steam-powered toy that would spin. And the emperor was like, hee hee hee, spin! Spin! But then he got bored of it. And it's like, nerd. Make something cool. It's a shame too, because if you ever looked into the history of automata, I guess, from antiquity, they were quite fucking sophisticated. Arabian princes they're basically just fancy clocks. It's like a cuckoo clock. That's what cuckoo clocks are evolved from. But instead of just a bird that pops out or little people that walk around, they were like full-sized, basically mechanical mannequins that would do everything from like playing horns to pouring water. It was usually water or sand powered. So, for the very wealthy who just wanted robots for like a kick, for like a cool thing they could show to impress visitors from other kingdoms, they could have that. But no one ever thought, hey, wait a minute, what if we, instead of just letting our autocrat have this technology as an amusement? Oh, there we go. What if we were to leverage this technology empire-wide to like move goods around? It's unbelievable how long it took anyone to have that idea. I don't know about this game. It doesn't really have... So far, there's not as much going on as there was in Hypnagogia. It doesn't really have a plot. It's more of a mood piece. I like it. Do I like it $10 worth? That I can't tell you. Oh, snack. I'll use this to bait the aliens. What if I give the alien a snack? Yeah, I guess so. You know, it's a funny story. The word robot comes from Czech for slave, and Rossum's Universal Robots was originally not about mechanical men. It was about basically bioengineered humans. Basically, it was inspired by Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. And in Frankenstein, like I said in the last stream, he didn't originally assemble a human by stitching together corpse parts in the book. He used living tissue as raw material, like clay. And he had some method of like weaving it together to make new organs and new capillaries and whatnot. So in Rossum's Universal Robots, somebody just made a business out of that. They started mass producing humans, but they were modified. They were stronger. They didn't get tired as easily. They didn't have any sense of taste, so they didn't develop a desire for the finer things in life because all foods tasted the same to them. They could eat garbage and they could tolerate it. They didn't have emotions. So they were never supposed to rebel because they didn't have emotions and they couldn't taste anything and they couldn't have sex. They couldn't make babies. I think that's a more interesting... That's more like Blade Runner, kind of. That's some really cool scenery where he's walking through the factory and they're like, it's like an automobile assembly line but for humans, where they're like weaving skin. They're weaving intestines on a loom. And they have like big sheets of skin that they're cutting human-shaped skins out of. And they're like adding organs along the way, and then they use the Frankenstein process at the very end to animate them. Is that a little man back here? There is. Friendly little fellow. What would you do if you were out camping and you just came across an alien? Just a surprise. Was walking around with his like little tricorder taking readings. Be realistic. Don't be like, I'd be so cool, I'd be such a bro. Well, how would you really react? I probably would be scared at first. I feel like I've been really heavily primed by sci-fi to be cool about it, though. I can't say I wouldn't scream. I might startle a little lad. Ideally, I would, like, I think kneel down so I'm not as imposing. I think that was probably a universal gesture that I mean no harm. Like non-aggression. I might wave and smile, assuming they know enough about humans to understand that that means friendly intentions. I wouldn't try to get evidence. I wouldn't, because I would want to not offend the alien. I'd cooperate with what he wanted. I'd try to communicate with him. I'd be like, are you lost? Do you know where your ship is? Can I offer you food or water? I'd just be a good Samaritan. Who blasted diarrhea here? Holy fuck. Was EDP or Boogie in this hotel? That's a low blow. Not really, though. Not for EDP, maybe for Boogie. Spooky, spooky. Who's gonna look at these photos and be like, oh yeah, ghosts are real? It's just like little smoke clouds. It's like you just ripped a couple braps and photographed your own braps in like a cold environment. That's what they never talks about that. How like if you had predator vision, if you're like a cyborg with thermal vision, you could see whenever someone farts. You realize that? Ever seen thermal vision footage of someone farting, there's like a white hot jet of gas erupting out of their asshole and going into other people's like eyes and mouth and noses. Gets fucking everywhere. If everybody had cyber vision, you would never be able to discreetly fart again. So I guess there's some lore in this game. The lore is that these are not aliens, they're interdimensional beings. No, wait, that was a different game. There isn't really any lore. That's, I guess, my only complaint, is that there's not really anything larger going on. Even if you just scattered documents around to tell a story, I would have appreciated it. Or had, like, ambient audio. If it was a good... Maybe they didn't try that, because, like, it's better not to have the story than have a bad one. In which case, they wouldn't be wrong. It's also kind of environmental storytelling anyway. I'm glad they put the compass in here. The compass is sorely needed. It was not in the demo. I'm also sorry I trash-talked the compass before understanding how it worked fully. If you were to chart incidents of miracle sightings, it would be really high until like the invention of cameras, and then it would drop down to 0, and then as soon as AI image generation was invented and Photoshop was invented, it would go way back up again. So we're entering a new renaissance of miracles and ghost sightings and Bigfoot. Strider GIF. If you... This is actually $1 million idea. You better cut me in on the profits. Make a YouTube video that's just you going around in public, recording people farting and thinking they're getting away with it. Especially if you capture their faces looking guilty. Nothing is illegal about capturing braps in 4K. I don't think anyone's ever done that on YouTube yet. Oh shit, cartoons. This is the stream now. How much of it is in here? I'm gonna leave you guys here while I piss. Bugs Bunny, what are you doing? You can't be inside the airplane. Oh, gremlins. You are a gremlin. That's you. You devilish bastard. Shall we watch this? What do you mean what? What are you asking what to? This necessarily means somewhere in the game files is a full episode Looney Tunes. I guess Merry Melodies as it was at the time, which is the same difference. This is not the whole stream though, else we can't hear it. The red key now. That's how you run. Real talk, 100% real talk. Started GIF. If you just follow people around and get thermal imaging footage of them rapping, you will get 1 million views on YouTube, and it will be incredibly viral. Do you doubt me? Do you doubt for even 1 microsecond that that's completely true? Wonder if you thought to make the compass point at the stairs if you're on the wrong floor. They never do that. That's nope. I don't like that. It sounds bad. There's no law against that. Also, it would have to be footage. I thought about that too, actually. Strider GIF. Actually, my concept was a vampire story set in a cyberpunk future, right when thermal imaging eyeballs become available, and suddenly people start noticing that there's a bunch of people around them who'd have no body heat, and thus erupts a Blade Runner style hunt for vampires. They become like cyberpunk vampire hunting guilds. And vampires have to develop cybernetic countermeasures, like resistive heater wire under their skin to simulate body heat. Or just blood heaters that heat up their blood throughout their body. But it's still subtly different to the imager. Don't steal Cyberpunk Vampires. Original idea, don't steal. That's my Sonichu. Here we go. There's a lad there. That's not a ghost, that's just regular steam. What were they doing here? A spooperman was talking to a ghost. There's 3 different spoops so far. There's the ectoplasmic clouds. There's a little dark figure like a shadow man. And then there's the Alamaus. So aliens apparently are in cahoots with ghosts and demons, or shadow people. That's kind of lore unto itself, isn't it? Am I having a good time? Yes. I just wish there was more to this. That's my only complaint so far. Stellar mood, stellar atmosphere, good gameplay, good looking assets, graphics, everything. It's just too simple. There's not enough going on. I want to discover mysteries. I want to be able to capture these spoopermans. I wonder if I had photographed it quickly enough, if it gives you like a Chivo. It'd be really hard to be a vampire, even not in a cyberpunk world, because if you ever went to the doctor, they'd realize something was like wrong with you right away. You could never go to the doctor. Then you would never need to. Vampires either regenerate depending on the lore, or they just don't die from injuries unless it's to their heart or beheading. The lore also differs on vampire abilities, which is frustrating. It'd be much more elegant to have a single unified lore. Like in some traditions, they can turn into a bat, and some they can't. Like sometimes they have magical abilities. Sometimes they're more like a naturalistic, nocturnal human breed. It depends. In some they can fly. I like flying vampires that can just float because it's creepy. Like it's like a creepy goth Peter Pan. And some they can shapeshift into different animals like wolves or snakes or rats. Or my cat. My rat. My vampire and my bat. I don't think it's on this floor, actually. Let's starting over. We're getting close. It's got to be downstairs then. Can I open this? No. But yeah, in a cyberpunk world, there's a bunch of shit wrong with vampires. They don't show up on camera, so I think, except for thermal imaging, you wouldn't necessarily be able to see them with thermal imaging, could you? It depends if they show up on camera or not. I guess it depends if there's a mirror involved in the camera, because it's mirrors they don't show up in. I don't know if there's a consensus lore on whether you can take a photograph of a vampire. But if you can't, then there would be an obvious giveaway. Whenever they're interacting with a person, like hugging them or piggyback rides or whatever, and they get caught on a public CCTV, you'd be like, wait a minute, there's nobody there. You know what I mean? Like, in a really highly technological digital world, a vampire could not hide for long. There's too much weird about it that would show up on sensors. Speaking of vampires, Jason of Film Cow, Charlie the Unicorn fame, I watch him stream all the time. He's playing an NES shmup called Life Force, which is a superb game, by the way. It has really good graphics for an 8-bit platform. And we were talking just coincidentally about Life Force the movie, because he was playing Life Force the game. I think any of y'all ever seen Life Force the movie? If not, I definitely recommend it. It's just space vampires, but that's not why anyone watches that movie. They watch it because it's 90 minutes of Matilda May in her 20s and in her birthday suit, and she has the most perfect bosom that has ever been sculpted by God, or man or beast alike. And everything else, basically, about her is just obscenely, offensively perfect. She's a geometrically, genetically perfect human being that I would clone, and I don't even care if I come off as thirsty, because I am thirsty for that vampire lady. Anyway, she was also in she also gets her tits out in a bunch of movies, like in the Tit or the Moon, which is about a boy's fixation on breastfeeding and a woman in his life who's like a nanny or something, who is also an actress in a sort of a burlesque type show, but it's not really raunchy. There's some raunchy moments where her top falls down. She didn't look as good. She was like a mother by that point, and it deflated her assets somewhat. Again, this is the Boob Facts channel. This is boob lore. You want to get the true booba lore? You came for the right place. Where the fuck am I going? That's not it. But anyway, her 20s was when she looked her best. And for some reason, she agreed to a script that had her naked almost the entire time. I think the entire movie. No, yeah, she never puts anything on. She just walks around slowly. I wish they'd had her at least like run or jump or something. For science. You don't get to see anything bouncing around, unfortunately, but you do get to see her fucking unbelievable bot. This is why nobody can really oppose cloning. Imagine if anybody could rapidly grow their own Matilda May clone. You want to tell me that wouldn't be a better world, a kinder world, a hornier world, where everybody is satisfied all the time? I wonder if that's going to happen before androids. Also, what the legality would be. Like, nothing prevents... and I don't think I would want, like, a rubber gynoid. That would be gross and weird. But if you could grow an organic human and just grow them without the brain and implant, like, an Arduino in their skull that would run a generative AI and also do all the motor control for the body. You could have an organic robot. It would be like Rossum's Universal Robots kind of, and it should be legal. I mean, it'd be an abomination of medical science, but it wouldn't be slavery exactly, because there's not a person in there. You know what I mean? If there's never a brain, then it shouldn't be any less moral than abortion. It's not even an animal. And people are like, no, you can't do that. No. You can't grow a whole human. Well, what if you could grow parts of the body and attach them to a life support machine in a streamlined way? People would buy that too. I feel like it should be possible to have this a replicant. A replicant would just be a computer-brained human body of genetically engineered stock. This is probably the most morally reprehensible thing I've ever talked about on this channel. There's kind of creatures like that in Vesper. You ever see Vesper? That's a great movie. That's one of the most compelling visions of the future I've ever seen in film. Where basically we genetically engineer stupid humans that are just barely different enough from us that they don't have any rights. I don't believe that could be done. I believe that if their brain is biological, then you would always have like a rights movement. They're called Draugrs, I believe. And they look like... It's kind of like elves. Like fantasy elves. Where they look almost identical to us, but there's slight differences. So it's like, nope, that's not a human. You can do whatever you want with them. You can even eat them. They slaughter them in one scene. Yeah, what about it? Earth Siege. You're going to get this message like 12 minutes from now. I really want to give my little alien bro a soda. What if there's... I should just do that one time. Was it like a computer-brained... That's like a Terminator, but it's like a better concept for a Terminator. Because it's more believable than a bodybuilder showing up on your doorstep in the post-apocalypse. Traffic accident. This is sounding a lot like Snatcher. I wrote a story like that. Fuck, I'm gonna have to delete it. I only wrote a few sentences. It was different though. It was aliens that control our bodies from inside of our heads, replacing our brains. It's a brain squid. It's like a tarantula wasp. They plant it in your brain through your ear, and it eats your brain gradually, replacing more and more of its capacity, until it's just puppeteering your body from inside of your brain cavity, and it gets exposed when people do fMRI scans. So they had to replace all the medical professionals first, so that nobody would ever find out. You would never be able to look at a brain scan and see that a dude had an alien squid in his head, in his skull cavity. That's creepy though. That's cool. That's really neat lore. I'll have to look into that. Where is the last brap? Last two braps. It's like the last unicorn. The last brapicorn is a brap you can't find. And it's the last brap in the hotel. The brap in your own mind. Smells faintly of asparagus, but also of corn. It's not a shart. It's not a turd. It's the last brapicorn. There's also a arachnid like that in Starship Troopers that gets inside the body and wears it like a suit. Kind of like an Edgar from Men in Black. It's not like it only wears your skin though. It gets in your whole body. Basically replaces most of your skeleton. It's like a stick bug. That whole genre of Supermans creeps me the fuck out. I think that's much more desirable than a rubber-skinned android. Rubber skin freaks me out deeply. I'm usually not affected by stuff like that. I mean, I love horror as a genre, and horror just excites me. Most of the stuff it's designed to scare like normies. One of the normie things that definitely gets under my skin, though, is Uncanny Valley. Anything to do with like anything inside your body, like puppeteering you. That seems like it's feasible in the near term, though, with Neuralink and everything. Research is going into how to reestablish connection between your brain and the rest of your body in the event of a spinal cord injury. We're getting pretty close to where we could, also where you could have computers replace autonomic functions, I guess, and keep your body breathing and heart beating. That would be the first thing. That might be all you need if people just want like a sex doll. I feel like fucking Joseph Mengele talking about this. Should I be ashamed? I can't pinpoint where the problem would be, though, legally, because it's probably one of those things that just get arbitrarily banned because it makes people have uncomfy, bad, ouchie, no-no feelings in their tum-tums. I don't care, though. I want my cat girl. I want my Matilda May cat girl. Who's with me? I don't want a rubber-skinned robot. I want like a regular robot to do chores. Robots should be robots. They shouldn't be merged in that way. They shouldn't try to imitate living things. It's just nightmare fuel. Why can't I go through here? Is this glitched? You know what it'd be like? It would be like Officer Jenny or Nurse Joy in Pokemon. You would just see the same exact people everywhere, but slightly different ages, depending on... Oh, there's more diarrhea. Everyone would have their, like... That'd be a deal with the devil, though, signing away your likeness and genetic code to be turned into Coomer bots. It's not like it's really you, but I mean, who would... I mean, it would have to be pretty substantial payment, though, because that's like the ultimate death of your dignity. It's like anybody with enough money can have a copy of you that they never let out of the bedroom or shower. It would have to shit, though. Do you ever think about that? Like, it would have to eat regularly and have to hydrate and have to take big dumps. Probably that's a feature for some people. It would grow old. That'd be sad. Everybody, I think, thinks about when it would be like young and beautiful. What about when it gets elderly? It'd be like sending a horse off to the glue factory. There would be this horrible, like, war crime situations where you have these decommissioning facilities. Like in Cloud Atlas. Remember that? You ever see Cloud Atlas? What's up, Snow Bunny? We're having a depraved conversation about the feasibility of, instead of making rubber-skinned robots appear human, growing cloned bodies of people without brains and then putting a computer in their skull that controls, that puppeteers their body basically and has like ChatGPT for you to talk to. And what the legality of that would be, and if it would be considered a person. I say no because it doesn't have a brain. And it seems fucked up, but there's a lot of fucked up stuff that's legal around the world, like germinal selection. Right now you can. Everybody can. I don't think ChatGPT passes the Turing test. Need to stop obeying the compass. Alien. I didn't see the videos. What videos? I saw the thing about the Air Force guy, or not Air Force, UAP Task Force guy, that they're interviewing on all the channels now about his secret knowledge he purports to have. There's no fucking way. I'll have to check it out though anyway. I'm a sucker for alien stuff. I want to believe. I do. Here's what I told Hail Hydra. Here's why I doubt the concept of aliens in crewed vehicles crash landing on Earth. Number one, that they have the technology to traverse interstellar distances, but they don't have drones that they can send down into dangerous situations so their vehicles don't get shot down. Number two, that they would send crewed vehicles into Earth's gravity well within range of human weapons that somehow are able to shoot them down, or they accidentally crash instead of sending drones. Number three, that a civilization technologically advanced enough to traverse interstellar distances um, would not be post-biological, which doesn't necessarily disprove the claim that there's bodies and that they have. But I said there's no guarantee that's what they really look like. Like, if they're post-biological and post-singularity, they could have the technology to make synthetic biological bodies, like the ones we've been talking about, and look like whatever they want to, just to throw us off their trail. Like, if they want to confuse us and mislead us as to what they resemble, they could make the reptilian alien bodies, they could make the gray alien bodies, they could make the Pleiadians. That would explain the variety of species that apparently have been to Earth. We would never be able to know how many species were visiting us, or what their qualities were actually like, what they look like, and how their bodies work, which would prevent us from gathering intel on what bio weapons might work against them, for example, because we would be designing bioweapons for avatars that they don't even need. It's got to be up here. I don't believe it's downstairs. I don't believe you, game. Do you have a link, Snowbuddy? You can't post it in chat here, but you can post it in my Discord, and we'll watch it together. I'm starting to get wigged out with all the government. Like, I suspected there could be aliens until the government told me there were. Now I'm doubting it. Why is the government being so open about this? Why? The third thing I said was they tried to kill Julian Assange. They tried to frame him for rape. They hunted him, and he had to hide in Russia. They did the same with Edward Snowden, but they just let this guy go public with their alien secrets, and he's not dead? How does that work? This tells me that this is information that they want the public to know about, whether it's true or a lie. Which also brings me to another point I raised about aliens. It's not plausible that they would just crash accidentally at the rate that they have been, purportedly. But that's a way they might deliver technology into our hands for us to reverse engineer, where it's politically neutral, where they don't seem to be favoring any one group, and they don't have to answer for it, and they don't have to, and it doesn't injure our ego. Like, they don't get embroiled in trade with us. They don't form any kind of trade relationship they don't want to form, and they let us have our feeling like we got one over on them, like we're mighty humans and we shot down their ships, and that we're sneaky and clever for getting a hold of their technology, instead of being like, here, you stupid apes, here's how you do anti-gravity. It might be the prelude to trade. It might be delivering technology, a sample technology, into our hands so that we see what they're capable of, but it's something that's not really that significant to them. And then they're like, oh, you want more? You like that, did you? You like that anti-gravity? Well, we have warp drive. You want warp drive? Let's start negotiating. So there's a lot of different possibilities here. And the most conventional interpretations of what all this means don't ring true to me. There's some people saying it's all fake. It's all faked. It's all part of Project Bluebeam. Oh, I've never been up here. Okay, here we go. This is where I needed to be. Restaurant. Ooh, spoopy. What, Snow Bunny, what do you think about my ideas about how if we found bodies, it's probably not really their bodies, because their bodies could be anything, or that the types of aliens we've seen so far are not really plausible aliens. Like gray aliens are too similar to us. Pleiadians are literally just beautiful, like Aryan-looking humans. Reptilians look too much like Earth life too. I mean, reptiles are Earth taxa. It also has implications if they are indeed interacting with us deceptively. There's an invisible wall here. It's fine that you don't let me pass through it, but it's immersion breaking when I can't put an inner tube through it. I'm gonna try to find Ayla Mouse. My little buddy in here? Little alien friend? I hope aliens are kawaii. I hope they're like, ooh woo, hello, do you want to be my friend? Might be Kino. Oh, you suppose it's real then? Is it convincing?
It is the police call everybody will be talking about. Thanks for joining us here at 6 o'clock. I'm Denise Valdez.
I'm Brian Loftus. A family says something crashed into their backyard, prompting them to call 911, saying they saw creatures walking around.
Our 8 News Now investigators digging into this for weeks now. And tonight, our David Charns with the video you will only see on 8 News Now. David?
Right, Denise,
That's not
sources
true.
telling the 8 News Now investigators that several agencies believe something landed or crashed. Whether it was non-humans or not, it certainly scared the people living on this property. Now, before we show you that video, listen to their call for help.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
Well, the 8 News Now investigators obtaining video as officers then responded to the call you just heard. You'll see the officers also saw something in the sky that night, but the big question is, what was it, and is it all connected?
Leave her alone.
It's almost midnight on May 1st when a Las Vegas Metro Police officer's body cam catches this, something flashing low in the sky.
911 emergency.
Minutes later,
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us, and it's still there.
someone calls 911 reporting 2 large figures in their backyard.
No, I'm so nervous right now.
The 8 News Now
Give him water or
obtaining
beer.
another officer's video as he's sent to the Northwest Valley home.
I have butterflies, bro. Everyone saw a shooting star, then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
By now, it's more than an hour after that bright light. Officers meeting up with the caller and his family.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard? Or?
They see like a big, that's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property. What's clear? They're taking this call seriously.
Hey, this might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
Asking others what they saw.
I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too, only reason I'm actually investigating it further.
That investigation turning up no concrete answers as of Wednesday. Whatever or whoever fell into that yard, long gone within minutes.
Oh, hey, if those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
So yeah, this is quite weird, Brian was saying as we're watching this story. Now, we've been in contact with the family in that video, and as you heard in that 911 call, they seem very reasonable and honestly quite scared as you heard them in the call. No,
this seems fake to me.
They don't seem impaired in any way.
I don't know about this
and whatever
one.
crashed by the time
I gotta see
that
footage
police
of the
got there was gone,
aliens.
but sources say that there's really no dispute. Something was in their yard.
Where's the
Exactly
footage?
what? We do not know.
No, that's just the same thing. You got a gun right away, you asshole. What do you think that impression that's going to give? At least it's smartphone camera quality. It's still kind of suspicious as shit. I don't see anything. I ain't see no fucking aliens. What am I looking for? I see the red circle. That doesn't look like anything. It's like a square. It looks like nothing. Just a reminder, we don't know what UAPs are. It's entirely possible that they're just advanced U.S. drones, and this whole alien thing is them running a psyop so that they don't get accused of developing these drones, and so they still have plausible deniability when they use them in like Ukraine and whatnot. If we hear about UAPs being used in the Ukraine counteroffensive coming up, that would make too much sense to me. Nope, it's not loading. Can't get it to load. The government doesn't want us to see. What are those structures anyway? Are those like construction equipment? Somehow the quality is still so bad despite being a smartphone. How is the smartphone take a video this bad? This one doesn't work. This one's blurry too. What the fuck? I see something. How is the smart cam video this blurry? That's what I want to know. That seems intentional. I don't buy it. I don't see any evidence. I don't think it would just crash in someone's backyard coincidentally. There's been some speculation by an astronomer recently that celestial object that's thought to be a cigar-shaped asteroid or comet or whatever, Onuma or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? It's something like that. They think it might in fact be a mothership that's been releasing these drones to check us out. The prior sightings were just scouts, and then when they found Earth was inhabited, they sent a larger vessel. I'll check it out later. There's got to be an alien in here. I frankly just don't believe there isn't one. This would be a perfect place to hide a little guy. I love those little guys. I feel like they'd find it refreshing if someone saw them and just didn't scream or shoot. It was like, here's water. Probably you drink water, right? Here's some food. Maybe you can digest it, maybe not, but it's yours to do with what you please. Here's my cell phone. I don't know if you can use this or if you need it. Although what I would expect from a post-singularity species is that they are avatars, so they don't really need to get back to the ship necessarily. If they can't recover an avatar, it would just self-destruct. Did I find every Alamau? It's all the photos. I don't believe the exit's on this floor either. I think I need to go back down. It would check out that they're always naked too, if it's an avatar. Because they wouldn't have any, they wouldn't feel any modesty about a body that doesn't even represent their species, whatever they are. And also the bodies would have already been engineered for the environment, so they wouldn't need any garments. It should have very high thermal tolerances and low. If you design your own bio avatars, you would make, and you're going to use them on a variety of different planets, you would make it so they can tolerate extreme cold and extreme heat, so they wouldn't need any garments. They wouldn't have any genitals because you don't reproduce with them. This assumes they're even really bio. That would be a good way to hedge your bets against humans capturing one of your avatars and learning anything about you, is that it's a complete bullshit creature that you invented. Like reptilians. Or even using copies of humans that are idealized to be beautiful. If that's what you want. If you want to coerce cooperation and you want them not to be afraid of you, you might create something like Pleiadians, or angels, for that matter. Where it's just a super good-looking man or woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. With muscles and whatnot, super fit. But if you open them up, if they're not just identical to humans inside, I wonder what you would find. If it's like those alien... the androids from the Alien movies, where it's like weird biomechanical stuff. It's all like sloppy goo and whatnot. Also, as technology and bioengineering both advance in tandem, I speculate that they might converge. If you're trying to do the same thing with both of them, which is to create a body for traversing planetary surfaces, then much in the same way that carcinization keeps making crabs, and convergent evolution made dolphins into the shape of fish despite being mammals, that you might get robots that have very suspiciously biological qualities, and you might get biological constructs, bioengineered creatures that have very mechanical properties, like Giger, or like the technology in Scorn. There's a lot of movies that premise. That's all I'm trying to bring to the discussion, is just an awareness, a contextual awareness of how Many of the limits we think inside of as humans would not apply to a species with sufficiently advanced technology. Oh, a little man! Give me the green eyes. Come on, asshole. There we go. Those don't count towards the ghost number. If you are uploads and you exist on a computational substrate, you don't really have a main body. You don't have a true form, except for data. You're just information. You can exist as whatever. It's like an altered carbon. Any Vegas robots back here? I mean, alien mouse. We would not be able to recognize an alien robot as a robot, for the same reason that Charles Babbage would not recognize a modern smartphone as a computer. Because Charles Babbage invented computers in a time when computers were mechanical. They had gears and like pistons and cogs. You know? So if you showed him a smartphone, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? It's like a bar of soap. What was that? Who there? Who that? Ain't nobody got time for that. For the same reason, in order to imagine what an alien robot would look like, you have to break down the fundamentals of what a robot is. It's an application of technology to the problem of creating an object that can move around and do useful tasks. You have to ask, what conceivable bit my tongue. What foreseeable technologies would facilitate that? What's the best robot you could build conceivably? It would be able to have total freedom of movement. So it could walk, it could swim, it could fly. It could work in space, it could be underwater. It could shapeshift, it could self-repair. Like the T-1000, but with anti-gravity. So those chrome spheres we see flying around might just be robot alien drones. They'd be able to make just a blob of nano machines that can fly, basically. If you don't limit yourself technologically and ask, okay, without that limit, what would this look like? If it was as useful as possible at the task that it was designed for. Yeah, like that. Like we couldn't really, like it was really abstract, the robot in that movie, but it didn't really look particularly useful for the task. But it could have been a shapeshifter. I feel like that's the final form of robotics, is just programmable matter that can fly. It's like in Star Trek. Remember those robots, whatever they're called, that were combination anti-gravity and replicators and like all the technologies put into one, and also force fields and holograms? Like that would, if holograms in Star Trek can do all the things that Data can do, there's no reason to build a full-size human android anymore. You just have like a floating cluster of machinery with an antimatter power source that can project a holographic body around itself, which can therefore shapeshift, and also can replicate any physical tool it might need that you can't just make out of holographic illusion and force fields. I don't know how practical it really is, but that's a great example of how future robots would not look like the ones we have now, because the ones we have now are constrained by imperfect robotics technology. It's just the best we're able to build. You have to imagine what's the point of a robot, and you take that point and then you redesign like the best possible machine for serving that purpose, under the assumption that you're only limited by the laws of physics, basically. Likewise with the vehicles, we shouldn't expect their vehicles to be like a car, an airplane. If they wanted to, they could have the whole thing, like you wouldn't expect there to be a door. It'd be like in Flight of the Navigator, where the whole thing is made of like a material that can, or like the door is just open, a hole that opens up in the side of the craft, and it takes the form of stairs. Which is also why I say there's no guarantee the technology they've been sending is their most advanced tech. If you were studying a less advanced species and you didn't want your very best technology falling into their hands, what would you do? You would create probes. You'd create drones that use the lowest tech possible that's still useful for the task, that's like not that advanced, far beyond what they already have. Which the Angry Astronaut speculates on his YouTube channel that the propulsion that that UAPs use is what NASA has already been studying, which involves using superconducting materials to create a type of magnetic field that can pull against the distant magnetospheres of like the sun and other planets or some shit. Yeah, like that. So like when we imagine alien technology, we shouldn't picture like what we have, only slightly better. And if that's what they're sending, then it's suspicious. That tells us they don't want us to have, they don't want to use any technology that's so advanced that if we capture it, then it would create a problem for them. They would want to use something barely beyond what we have now to impress upon us that it's more sophisticated, but not create a possibility for us to reverse engineer and weaponize anything that could actually endanger them. It would be like if humans were surveilling a species that didn't have aircraft yet, and instead of using our anti-gravity saucers or whatever we had by that time, we just made purpose-built like VTOL electric aircraft with like propellers and shit, because that'll serve the purpose. But if they get a hold of one of them, it won't teach them anything too revolutionary that could be a danger to us. Does that make sense? I think over-explaining, I feel. It's like using the lowest technology available that's still useful for the task, just to prevent your target species from gaining access to stuff you don't want them to have. If you're going to be sending it anywhere close to them where they could shoot it down. I actually wrote a story like that where they use they intentionally design their vehicles to resemble old sci-fi movie flying saucers. Like they're made out of aluminum, and they look like the classic like the bell-shaped saucer with a little cabin with the round portholes and rivets, and they inside is like buttons and knobs in like a wooden control panel. And they did this not only to prevent us from getting their best technology, but also so no one would believe photos. Like if you took a photo of what you said was an alien saucer and it looked like 1940s technology, no one would be like, "Oh yeah, that's an alien." They'd be like, "Oh come on, this looks like some hokey shit out of an old movie. That's probably where you got this." And it used klystron lasers, which is a antiquated type of laser that we replaced with solid-state free electron lasers. Klystron lasers existed before any other type of laser, to my knowledge. This was in a story where a species of alternatively evolved humanoids from within the Earth struck a deal temporarily with the Nazis to supply them with saucers, and then backed out of the deal when it became clear the Germans were going to lose the war. So they wanted to provide them with something useful in the war, but not like too useful. Also, I feel it's very likely genetic material that aliens would come here for, because everything else can be found elsewhere. It's not water, because water is available as ice and space, and you don't have to go to a gravity well to get it. It's not minerals. Minerals are available in space. You don't have to go into a gravity well to get it. You can just harvest asteroids. The only thing we have that you couldn't get yourself from space or that you couldn't fabricate yourself with really advanced like replicators, would be novel products of evolution that can only come from an authentic, independent genesis, abiogenesis, and evolutionary process on another planet, which would be the genetic code of Earth species. And maybe they have something. That's what I imagine they're after. Is just cataloging independently evolved life forms. If this is in any way legit, which means we should be wary of bad deals. Like if they have anything like money or intellectual property. Remember how Native Americans sold land rights to settlers in exchange for like beads? Because they didn't understand the concept of land ownership, and they were impressed by the materials the beads are made out of. Aliens could trade us technology that is amazing to us, but that is used in like children's toys on their planet. Like something that can make shit hover, but only a few inches off the ground. So we can have like hoverboards finally, or we can have hover cars, but it's not really, if you think about it, it's not really that revolutionary. It's just that cars and skateboards and shit hover now. And they could trade us that for stuff that we don't realize the value of. Like the intellectual property rights to this thousands of species genomes. And then we find out later on that those are worth like a bajillion galactic alien bucks. But we traded it for technology that can make shit hover a little bit. You see what I mean? Or like the technology to make shit fly without propellers, but only within an atmosphere. So it doesn't work for spaceflight. That's why we got to be really smart about this, and we have to think about all the different possibilities and all the angles before we enter into any kind of... Before we sign anything, basically. We got to just not sign anything until we've thought about it. It's really hard to find them in this fog. Imagine probably some of them will want to fuck us. That's not optimism. I don't want to fuck an alien. But if you look at humans and our propensity to fuck anything, and the tendency for bigger-brained aliens to be interested in sexual novelty. Like dolphins are some of the most perverted animals because they have the biggest brains next to chimps. Like chimps will fuck a frog's mouth until it vomits and dies. And dolphins do much the same thing with pufferfish. Or, not pufferfish. The pufferfish are drugs to them. They eat pufferfish to get high. And then they tear a different kind of fish inside and they fuck the fish's guts, basically. So we should expect aliens to potentially be even more depraved. I gotta show that. I don't care if I get demonetized. It's worth it. Hang on. I'll just find it. That this is not what I meant to do. I'll just find it in the folder. There's nothing showing. This shouldn't be against the TOS. It's just extremely fucking over the top homoerotic, like to a comedic degree. You won't want to purge the Xenos after you see what I'm going to show you. Look at him holding that alien bullet. You don't know what's in there. It's an alien. It could be like a little copy of his body. That's a bare male ass, but I don't think that's against TOS. That's in plenty of movies. That's not like rated R. Who hasn't been in this situation? You feel me? Don't you hate when this happens? When aliens fucking bust through your wall and you're completely buck-ass naked because you just sleep nude? Because you're a muscular, handsome fella? And the aliens are also muscular, handsome fellas, and you're like, oh no, they're hot. And you have this moment of erotic tension before the aliens pound your ass to infinity and beyond? I know I do. That's the worst. It's the worst thing. Snowbin, you're asking what the other ones was. The one of the spooky woods with the shadow people in it is for when I tell scary stories. This is why it hurts me so much in the soul that Chuck Tangle got tangled up. Chuck Tangle, more like it. Chuck got tangled up with Zoe Quinn, and they bilked everybody for like several $1 million on Kickstarter, and then they never produced a game, to my knowledge. There was going to be a Chuck Tingle video game. I don't know whatever happened with that. Maybe it did come out and I'm slandering them. I just remember that years went by and they would post sporadic updates saying we're still working on it. We're still working on it. And the consensus was that they'd taken the money and not done very much. Or that the game that they did show was not like $1 million game. It was like two-dimensional. It's like a point-and-click VN kind of. No, that's not what started Gamergate. Gamergate was when this is forbidden knowledge. I was there when that happened. I watched it unfold in real time on 4chan. And it's basically people being internet detectives and figuring out that 5 of the male gaming journalists who had recently given Depression Quest like 5 out of 5 stars had posted photos on social media of themselves with Zoe Quinn on like dates and shit, and that they had information through Discord from her friends that they were sleeping together, and that this all lined up chronologically. That like Zoe contacts the journalists, there's photos of them cavorting on social media, then the Depression Quest gets 5 out of 5 stars from that journal, and that's where the 5 guys meme started out. The Zoe Quinn 5 guys is that it has nothing to do with hamburgers. It's that allegedly it looks a lot like she dated, at least she dated male gaming journalists in exchange for positive reviews of Depression Quest. And then the damage control was for them to blow this up into a huge thing and to shift the focus, the narrative entirely away from what Zoe did. Because they felt like that was her business, and they have a point there. That's her personal life. And entirely onto the backlash against what she did. And never, ever, ever mention what she did to cause it. From that point onward, they never explained why anybody would send her unkind emails or instant messaging. And some of it was faked. Like Brianna Wu was caught sending mean messages to herself on social media without changing her account to her sock puppet. And I'm saying her because I don't want to be banned off of this platform. So that was probably some of it. Very likely. It's a little guy! Why are you hanging out naked in a garage? You can't be like a garage shitter. That's not the life for you. You're meant for bigger and better things. I mean, Zoe Quinn was good looking at that time. I would have probably taken that deal. Although I would have wanted her to take certain tests first. She did some good work. She did this voice acting in, she did the Valley Girl voice in Jazz Punk. She's been involved in a bunch of game projects, and it's just the suggestion that this is why she was able to get involved in those projects is that she dated men involved with them that had everybody blowing up about it. Yeah, she got a lot of goodwill and good publicity from that event. So everybody wanted to send her money to stick it to the chuds, And she took the money, and then she made like half a game with Chuck Tingle, and then I don't think we ever got the game. Did that come out? Did that ever come out? Kickstarted in the butt. What happened to Project Tingler? The newest news is August 30th, 2018. There is something called the Tingleverse. But it's a tabletop RPG. I don't think that's it. The newest updates about this project on Twitter, the newest updates on Kickstarter, and the newest updates on Resetera are from 2018. And it's been featured on Kickscammed. Here it is. Poor girl. She doesn't seem malicious. She doesn't seem like a rude or cruel person. Hang on, I gotta send that gay alien picture to a buddy. Okay, that was absolutely necessary. 9 out of 12. I got the key now. Where did I ever see a door that needed a key? I remember that, but I don't remember where it was. Oops. Yeah, basically everybody, SVU, everybody took the bait and presented Zoe Quinn's narrative as if it were gospel truth, which is really surreal as someone who was there and watched it unfold. It was, to be fair, a highly inappropriate thing to do, to dig into someone's personal life that much, and it is no law against getting favorable reviews in exchange for a little hanky-panky. That's not actually legal, and it's not really anybody's business if you do that. That's well within individual liberty. And Zoe seems like a very sensitive person who's probably very, very adversely affected by being targeted by an internet mob. That's scary. That's happened to me before. It really makes you want to shut down your whole internet presence and just hide in a hole, which I literally did for a short time. That's a fun story. My whole troll saga. That's the kind of thing only an autist would do, also. Literally fucking live like a hobbit because you're scared of the internet. I talked to people about it on the internet at that time, and they offered to bring me food. They felt bad for me, and I told them my tale. They were like, tell us where you live and we'll bring you blankets. And the thing is, I didn't really want blankets because I already had cushions from the dumpster by the apartment complex. It wasn't far away from civilization very much. I had electrical power because the apartment complex had outlets that you could plug in tools to do landscaping with, because there weren't really good battery powered tools at the time, and the noise ordinances, I guess, were part of the reason they didn't want to use gas powered tools. So I was like less than 100 feet into the woods. I was just in a hole where the city had removed a tree. Did I ever told you about that chapter of my life? That was the most Florida thing that ever happened to me in Florida. Was my brief stint of homelessness due to a really unfortunate misunderstanding. due to being doxxed and being scared that people were going to come after me. And a hole is not a good shelter. There's a reason why any structure that's built under the ground, under the water table, has pumps to constantly remove water. I don't think I was below the water table, although the water table is pretty shallow in Florida. It's that when it rained, there wasn't any way to keep the rain from collecting in the pit. So the water would all go into the pit, and I would stay above it. This was way before meat occur. I would stay above it, so I wasn't touching the water because it was in the bottom part, and I was on a bunch of cushions. I had basically put a tarp down. I put cushions on top of the tarp, which turned out to be the wrong answer because then the water doesn't just collects at the bottom of the point of the tarp. My hope was that if the water mostly went into the edges, that it would go under the tarp, and that kind of worked, but not completely. And also just the humidity made the cushions nasty within like a couple of days. They were really rank. They smelled moldy. There were bugs. And I don't know what my plan was. It's like when a little kid runs away from home and he brings like a granola bar and a comic book in his backpack. I had my phone. All my stuff was still in the apartment. Well, the guy I lived with figured out if he could trust me or not based on the stuff that he had read about me on the internet. I was scared. It wasn't cold. I understand why everybody goes... Before everybody went to Portland to be homeless, they went to Florida. And they went to Florida to be homeless because it's warm all year round. It was perfectly comfortable, except for the bugs and the rain. Occasional rains. It was warm. It was pleasant at night. It was if it wasn't for the shitty fucking damp cushions, it would have been like sleeping in a tent. If I had it to do over again, I would have found like services. Like, you don't think about that if you've always lived kind of a sheltered life. If it's the first time you've ever been in a situation like that, you don't know what to do. You kind of need to take classes in how to be homeless in order to be homeless comfortably. There's a lot to learn, actually, which I've learned about while researching the problem in Portland. There are tricks of the trade. Like having a dry case to put your socks and underwear in. And I understand why that is now. Yeah, basically, he thought I was a sex predator and a racist and a... You know what a diaper fur is? Remember a while back when someone was trying to extort money from me because they found this list of accusations against me on the internet where it was all like federal crimes, like human trafficking and shit across state lines, and if any of that had been true, it would have shown up in police records and court records on the internet. And the guy didn't fact check it because the only sites he found for doing background checks were cost money. It's like, I'm not going to pay money to do that. I'm just going to assume this is true. But you should never pay money for that because there are free state government websites for doing the exact same thing that don't charge you anything. They're taxpayer funded. If you just search my name, you'll find my only crimes are speeding tickets and riding the public transit without paying for a ticket one time. I had 3 speeding tickets, which prevented me from working for DoorDash for a while. Anyway, it was really bad for a while. A lot of it got taken down. A lot of it was on Kiwi Farms, actually, or Encyclopedia Dramatica before they were contacted by a friend of mine. I was too scared to try. I didn't even know it was an option. They actually have an anti-personal army policy where if you just put fake shit on there to turn the internet mob against someone you don't like, they frown on that. It has to be substantiated. So that shit got deleted by the mods of that website. I was an autistic lad in my 20s, and I don't know if you know about the developmental progress of autistic persons, but it's kind of delayed in terms of maturity. I was very much psychologically like a scared kid, doing all the kinds of things a stupid scared kid would do, like trying to camp in the woods within sight of an apartment complex, stealing power from their their own outlets. They did fill it in. Actually, they didn't just fill it in. They put dog turds. That's why I learned about dog turd seating. If that's one of the things the city will do if they spot somebody camping in a place where they're legally allowed to be. So they can't really kick you out, but they can. They apparently have someone who supplies them with dog feces, or they have a service which collects it off the premises. They pay people, I guess, to come and collect dog feces from the apartment complex grounds, and then they concentrate it in spots where they don't want you setting up a tent. That happened to me twice in my life. The other time was three times actually, when I slept on a small man-made island in a wetland. It was a man-made wetland that was visible from a office building. And I guess somebody saw me doing it and they assumed I was a homeless man. So the next time I went there to try to enjoy it, they had scattered dog poop, which is really just an ugly, unfortunate thing to do. It was actually a really bad day. I was on acid and I was really sensitive and tender. I was like, no, dog poop, no! And then on top of that, you know what happened? I found it. I couldn't believe what I found. I didn't understand what it was. I'm gagging thinking about it. There was a dead bullfrog on the log I normally walk across to get from the shore to the island. It used to be a really beautiful, cozy place to just lay down a blanket and relax and listen to music and be surrounded by nature. But not only was there dog shit everywhere, but there's this bloated, putrid. It was like beginning to liquefy. It was brown all over, and it was like really severely decomposed. It was huge. It was the size of like a small dog. I don't know if that's because it was swollen from decomposition. But the dog shit and the swollen it wasn't exactly a bad trip. It was for a little while. I've got a pretty good handle on that. I can steer myself away from negative ideation pretty well, so I don't have bad trips really. But it was really traumatizing. I know that sounds like overstating it, like making a mountain out of a molehill, but when you're in that mindset and you're like this soft little marshmallow, and the happy sun is waving to you in the sky, and the fluffy white clouds are beautiful overhead, and then you see a big fucking rotting bullfrog, and then you step on your favorite island and there's dog shit on your shoe. I guess so. I didn't know actually at that time that it was intentional. I guess a bunch of dogs came out here and they all shit on the same island. But then a pattern emerged. The next time I found a cool place to sleep or just to relax was on top of the green roof of the North Portland wastewater treatment facility, which doesn't sound like a cozy place, but they tried to dress it up and make it pretty. And like it smells like wet dog all year round, so it wasn't popular to have that in their neighborhood when it got built, and part of how they made people less angry was they made it really beautiful looking. And they paid a lot to landscape some of the bike path. It's not fully landscaped, so it looks really pretty and like a Disney movie for like a mile in either direction. Like it's like a 2-mile stretch of the path is really well landscaped with flowers and little footbridges. And then the rest of it's just like industrial district. But the front office where you gain entry to the wastewater treatment plant is its own building, and it's a really beautiful building. I gotta show this to you. If once you see it, you'll understand why I was tempted to sleep on it. I took a bunch of photos. It was I don't want to be made fun of, but it was scary to find a bunch of dog shit in a rotting bullfrog. You're like mentally 5 years old in that condition. I can't make you understand it if you've never been high. Is it working? Okay, it's just a delay. So as you can see, it's a geometric, futuristic-looking building with slopes. It's earth insulated and has green roofs. So you can just walk up the slope to get to the roof and just climb onto the roof from there. And then when you get up there, it's heavenly up there. I had brought my solar backpack. I brought my solar panels with my nice fan. It's like a little floating island. It's like a floating lawn, like 10 or 12 feet in the air. But it's like Nintendo 64 terrain because it's faceted into triangles. It's hard to describe because I couldn't get a wide enough angle. Here you can see it here. It's like polygon grass from Mario 64. It felt really futuristic and cool in that state of mind to relax on a green roof, especially since at one end, I don't know if I got a picture of it. Yes, I did. There's a ring, a partial ring of solar panels up there with you. So I was in like solar punk heaven, and that was my favorite place to sleep. But once I had done it twice in a row, you know what happened the third time I came back? Dog poo. They really went to the trouble of having the guy who they already pay to scoop dog poop off of the grounds, which I didn't know I guess every property owner employs a poop scooper. And they had him climb up there and just distribute dog shit everywhere, so I couldn't enjoy. I guess arguably it was also to fertilize the green roof. Because this thing has not aged well. If you look at it now on Google Earth, it's largely yellowing now. It's hard to keep a green roof healthy. Anyway, why me? It's what I want to know. I'm not a tweaker. I understand their assumption. They don't know me, and they're in a part of the country where if somebody is sleeping somewhere, probably that person is on hard drugs and is going to steal like your windows or whatever they can get their hands on. They don't know me. I'm just a tender lad in acid-brained hyperspace trying to enjoy a futuristic, relaxing fantasy of floating on a skylawn. I don't feel like I did anything unreasonable. There wasn't any sign that said you can't be up there. I don't believe they didn't realize people would do that. I don't know if there's any law. It's public property. It's part of the sidewalk. I mean, it's not even the main building. It wasn't. The main building was behind like a fence or something. This was not behind a fence. It was fully publicly accessible. I'm sure it isn't now. I'm sure if you go back to there'll be anti-homeless architecture like spikes or something. That was a utopian summer though. There's a certain feeling when it's summertime. Nature is the kindest to you it ever will be. Usually it's trying to kill you with like pollen or smoke from wildfires, or I guess that's us trying to kill nature, or rain, or like especially rain. It's gray and depressing a lot around here, but nature feels like a beautiful motherly woman to you when you're high in summer. It seems so perfectly implausible that nature would be so beautiful and so gentle. It really makes sense of creationists' mind space, where they look at nature and like, there's no way this just happened by itself, because it looks pretty. It looks like something we would create for ourselves. That's the headspace I was in. And I had my electric bike, and let me tell you, when you are acid-brained, there is nothing like an electric bike. It is the thing to have. It is a wonder gadget. It takes you wherever you want to go. It's fun to ride. It's like a amusement park ride. It's how it feels. It's futuristic technology that wows you. You're more easily impressed. It's like how every movie is amazing on weed. Having an e-bike, this little compact gadget that somehow is nevertheless a powered vehicle that is green energy, and I can drive it all day because I spent $800 on a giant battery for it at that time. So I had my solar backpack so I could power my phone all day. I had my solar panels to power my fan. It felt like everything was free. Like, what could I want that I didn't have? I had transportation. I had free energy from the sky to power my phone for my music. I had free energy from the sky falling down from me from Mother Nature to power my MP3 player. Life was perfect. I had just enough money. I had free money from fucking Steam It. Not really, I had to work for it, but I only had to write. Writing is easy. It was one of the happiest times of my life. My happiest times of my life was not when I was wealthiest. That created a lot of stress, actually. It's when I had just enough money and I wasn't stressed about anything because I had enough for all my needs. And I also had a little bit left over for stuff like going outside and riding my e-bike and drinking an iced coffee and relaxing on a green roof. That's the life. That's utopia. Not the philosophical concept of utopia, but like a feeling. And the essence of utopia is just having just what you need and not any more than that, but not wanting any more. I've got a tasty treat from my tum-tum. I've got a sunny, beautiful day. The birds are singing. Everything looks like rainbow prism magic. You know what I mean? It makes sense of how you get so much quixotic, impractical thinking from Silicon Valley guys, because a lot of those guys are acid heads. And probably a lot of those guys kind of never outgrew college, where they're living on dispensations and they're crashing on their buddy's couch, so they don't really need a lot of money for anything. They're broke all the time, but they have what they need. And food is free. They can just eat pizza out of the communal fridge. It creates a strong illusion that that's a sustainable way of life for everybody. It's not. Somebody's got to work in our society. Not everybody can be a college-aged Silicon Valley loafer who's couch surfing. That's why you get a lot of people like that from California. It's a very alluring, seductive illusion. Oh, you mean the Buckner building? I am jealous. You son of a bitch. Did you see any ghosts? Buckner building is supposed to be haunted. The rumor is that if you walk down the hallways at night, you will hear the footsteps of soldiers still patrolling the halls. Ooh. I kind of wish I could go back to those carefree days. I still have my e-bike. I still have I have an electric car now. But I'm stressed about money all the time. And I'm also living in a room that has air quality issues and bugs and whatnot that really diminish, and my health is bad. When you're healthy and young and beautiful, and you have neat toys to play with, like an e-bike, and you have drugs, it's the only thing missing from childhood. I would totally go back to being a child, but kids can't get a hold of psychedelics. If you could, can you imagine if that was just a normalized thing for kids to be able to take? This is probably going to get fucking struck down from Twitch. That was the only thing I didn't have that I really wanted. Also autonomy, I guess. When you're a kid, it really sucks. There's someone who tells you what to do. If I were to have my Peter Pan fantasy of being a carefree little shit again, the only things I'd want to change are autonomy. I've thought, and also acid, but I've thought about that a lot. Ever since I saw Requiem for a Dream, like what would my ideal existence look like? And ever since then I've been designing. I guess, which is a common autistic thing to do, is design your perfect world in your head. In the same way Chris Chan invented Quickville. Mine is called Xanadu, after the Olivia Newton-John film. I'm Jelly. Snow Bunny, I was really sheltered, so realized that I would not have known who to talk to for that. I would have been scared. I was a lily white, painfully white, like white as the moon white boy who never dreamed of breaking any rules, who was scared of the I didn't even lose my virginity until I was 18 because I thought it was illegal. if I was under 18. I stopped hanging out with this chick when I was 17 and taking preparatory classes for college at a community college to get the credits out of the way. I was 17 and this other girl was like 22, 23, and we got along like really well and became close, and then eventually I had to stop seeing her because I was like, I can't be with you. That's against the law. Cops will catch me. That's how much of goody two shoes I was. I hope she's doing fine now. I'm sure she doesn't scorn her missed opportunity. Although I was a beautiful lad. I was a very attractive lad for a brief window in my life between the ages of like 17 and 28, 29. Then I started to turn into like middle-aged Leonardo DiCaprio type osteomorphology and whatnot. Like your fucking skull changes shape. I don't know what it is. I used to have a lean, attractive face, and my face has been like bloating as I age. Maybe I just need to lose weight. It's like what happened to Sam Hyde. I'm starting to get Sam Hyde face. Although that guy's a genius, I don't want to incur his wrath. He's incredibly witty and sort of intimidatingly so. Like he's like the last guy you'd want to get bullied by because he's really clever at being hurtful. Open, no? I need a key. Was there a key? There was a red key in here, but nope. Hang on. Ghost. Oh, this is a fucking alien shitting. This feels inappropriate. He's having his private time. Should I really photograph this? I'm gonna. Fucking obliterated. Yeah, no, I don't. I used to look just like a handsome, suave young lad, and now I look like fucking like a Danny Trejo. Increasingly, not that bad, but lines are appearing on my face. My face is getting puffy. Aren't you yourself Singaporean ethnically? Starter GIF, or are you like me, a garden variety white lad whose family emigrated there or something? Oh, gross, trash, popcorn. Theater floors are fucking nasty. They're the worst part of going to a movie is your feet sticking to the ground. I don't know how much of that's cum. I mean, probably it's mostly soda. I'm not willing to assume it, though. It's like when you go to the pool and you feel a warm spot. You don't know if that's pee. It could be. It's Schrodinger's pee. Schrodinger's cum carpets the fucking ground here. This is really basic. This is like a Doom kind of, except without combat. I'm just finding color-coded keys. I'm not disappointed. I'm still having a positive experience. I think the point of this is the vibes. The vibes are very good. I would just prefer gameplay variety. Aren't they extremely fucking like murderously strict about drugs in Singapore? Although it's hard to argue, Singapore is like run like they run a tight ship. Everything works well in Singapore. Singapore is like the model city, or city-state kind of. Everything's clean in Singapore. Everything's looks brand new. Everything's shiny. Hello, my little lad. And part of how they accomplish that is they just fucking kill you if you smoke weed. If you inject a single marijuana, I could never live there because I live a funkier, dirtier life than I think they want. Like they only want, well, basically just rich people who are straight edge. It's like the picture of Dorian Gray. That's Asian. Every Asian person has a hidden painting that accumulates all of their aging until someone destroys it when they hit 70. Oh, that's not racist. It's not racist if it's positive, right? That's true, though. I'm going to say one negative thing. You have to have money to date a Japanese girl. Or South Korean or Chinese. They will not date you if you don't have money. And they're very upfront about it. White girls will beat around the bush. They'll be like, "Oh no, I just don't think we're a good fit. I think we might be better as friends." I dated one time an Asian girl. I forget what kind of Asian she was. She wasn't she wasn't West Asian, or what's the kind that's like brown skin? She wasn't like Vietnamese. She wasn't Laotian. She was pale skinned, but I don't know if it was. She might have been South Korean. Anyway, she straight up told me, like, you're 27, and you wouldn't pay for my meal. You're wearing kind of old, shabby clothes. You had to take public transit to get here. I don't want to be hurtful to you, because you seem like a sweetheart. But I'm not going to date you because I have plans for my life. I have a high-paying career. I'm looking to date a man who also has a high-paying career. I don't really have any room in my life for someone who I have to subsidize. Like, ideally, you would be able to subsidize me, even though I have a career anyway. So, please don't be upset. Please don't take this the wrong way. But we're at different... What she said is that I remember clearly is that we're at different points in our life. Like, if you're ever further along and you make more out of your life, maybe get in touch with me again, and we'll see where we go from there. Which was, I mean, everybody is free to have preferences. If actually, it happened to me twice. One of them was a white girl, so I don't know if I could put that entirely down to race. Probably not. Everybody has a type of person they're looking to date, and if that's a wealthy person, fine. If you want what you want. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. She let me down about as gently as possible, and she was honest with me. She was just like, "You're broke." She could have been like, "You're a broke ass motherfucker." I'm not about that life. I'm not about dating broke men whose food I have to pay for, although we split the bill. Yeah, that's what I also hear about other guys who've dated Japanese girls. Like, are you gonna marry me? If you're not gonna marry me, why am I wasting my time? I want children, and to have children, I need you to be able to provide. Can you provide? I want a house. I want a 2-story house. I want a Mercedes S-Class. I want a nice automobile. I want nice clothing. I want to be able to go on a vacation every year. Can you do that? It was still hurtful, but I recognize in retrospect I was wrong to feel that way. Yeah, no, I agree. The other one that surprised me was Amanda, which I still adore her. She was really, I can't really complain. She was very compassionate, but she also wanted to live an opulent life and wasn't comfortable with poverty. See, me, like I said, the happiest I've ever been was when I lived very light. Was when I didn't even have a car, so I didn't need to worry about car insurance. I didn't need to worry about car maintenance. I didn't need to worry about cleaning my car. I only had my e-bike, which I built myself. I knew every part of it, so if I needed to repair it, I could repair it myself with my own tools I already had. And I had enough money that I could live indoors and I could eat delicious food. I could afford psychedelics, and I could enjoy the sunny weather. I could live my whole life like that. Maybe that's a personal failing. You see a lot of old hippies who apparently were also content not to really grow as people and not to really... that's not fair. Maybe they had a lot of personal growth. In fact, if they ate a lot of acid, they undoubtedly did. It's more accurate to say they weren't really materialistic that much. They had a couple... They're like Diogenes. They had a couple of objects they needed. They only wanted to have what they needed, and they felt encumbered by clutter that they didn't need. Diogenes only owned a bowl and his barrel that he lived in. And he only owned the bowl until he witnessed one day a child making a cup out of his hands to drink water with. Once he saw that, he got rid of the bowl because he was like, I don't need this, I have hands. I would be perfectly happy to live that life as long as I was assured enough income and access to nature such that I could enjoy nature and I can enjoy food and drink and music. I would have everything I would need to be happy. I mean, I would want romance from time to time, but I don't need romance to live, and I don't need that to be somewhat happy. It would be nice. But I guess a lot of women really highly value material comforts. And I guess that's fair. I mean, that's not to sound sexist, although it kind of is, but it is kind of in their nature to want to be comfortable. They like comfortable, like when you camp with a woman who doesn't normally camp. They don't a lot of them don't like to camp because they don't want to not have amenities. They like to have amenities. I have very few items, but I put all my money into having really nice items. Congrats, Strider. I just take odd jobs and do Patreon stuff and do delivery driving. That was fine. It was a little stressful because their app didn't work well, but once I got the hang of it, like DoorDash, or I guess Postmates is what I did, was fine. I did like 4 trips per evening. And the nice thing about having a plug-in hybrid doing DoorDash is you don't wear out your engine. You don't actually use any gas miles at all. I did 4 trips per evening because that was the average that I could do without burning any gas. I only used electricity to do my DoorDash driving. That's what I'm planning, Snow Bunny. I've talked with other people. They all agree with you. They say that's the smart thing to do. Is to where the fuck is the next one? Is to sell the house, which I feel negatively towards anyway. It's just going to remind me of my parents after they pass. Get a property to rent, then live on the passive income and enjoy life. That's my plan. Even as an elderly man, you know what I'll do is I'll sell my e-bike and I'll get a recumbent. Because even if I can't comfortably ride a regular e-bike, I should still be able to fit my fat ass in an electric recumbent and drive around. Because I see a lot of old people in recumbents. If I keep myself fit, though, that won't be an issue. I also just feel negatively. I've been stuck at this house for so long, I associate it with failure and negativity. I know I brought this on myself by trying to be an author. Basically every author has their poverty years, even if they're successful. Like Stephen King waited tables and lived out of a trailer while writing Cujo. J.K. Rowling was on public assistance while she wrote Goblet of Fire or Sorcerer's Stone. I forget which one was the first book. I think it was the Sorcerer's Stone. I just doomed myself to being a poor, broke-ass motherfucker for a while until people know about my books. Now that... Snow Bunny, you're right to worry about that, because that's what happened to me. That's part of what got me evicted. Part of it was COVID. My landlady was like, okay, they're probably going to pass a thing against eviction. I don't really want to pay your rent for you, so I'm not gonna force you to leave. But the only way I'll give you a reference for your the next place you rent is if you leave without me forcing you to. And the other thing was that I kept trusting renters when they said when they said things like, "Oh, I'm going to live here long term," and they actually only plan to live there a month. So I immediately needed to get another tenant again. I had a bunch of people just passing through, and they lied to me about it, and I trusted them. And that pissed off my landlady because she kept on having to do the paperwork every time I had a new tenant. It's not nice. It's not nice because the landlady gets upset with me. And eventually soft evicts me. Not really evicts me. Where's the green key go? What the fuck? Where does the green key go? I've just been walking and talking and lost track of what I'm supposed to be finding. Is this it? This is not it. Is it over here? No, it's not over there. I also like movie theater architecture for the same reason I like malls and airports. I like really interestingly designed indoor spaces. I could have been an architect, I think. I also sort of mistrust architects, though, because they're kind of social engineers by virtue of their work, designing like ant farms for humans, trying to account for every possible need we could have, and like funnel us into certain areas by designing corridors a certain way. Learning about Epcot made me wary of anybody who thinks they understand humans well enough to manage us, and that includes anyone who designs our environment. I feel like our environment should be modular and organic instead of being too planned. Although part of me really likes the planned environments too because of the attributes that I kind of deny. Because in fact you can, with some amount of planning, produce an environment that is pretty well suited to most people's needs, and it's really convenient. I just don't like the idea that I'm reducible to like a pawn or a zoo animal. I figure this is that malls and the cruise ships and airports are what our colleges will be like, and if hopefully they'll be population capped to Dunbar's number, and that will produce a better quality of life, so you don't have total strangers living with one another in anonymity. Part of me wants that, but part of me recoils in shame and unease from the part of me that wants that. That's not living, really, is it? Being like a doll in a dollhouse? Being like an ant in an ant farm? I think it's the dichotomy between my younger self and my older self. My younger self really wanted structure and order, and really wanted everything to be taken care of for me. My younger self would have loved Nintendo and Apple. I did love Nintendo. I loved everything to be curated. I loved not having to think about anything that I wasn't concerned about. Older me wants more fine-tuned control over my surroundings and my life. Older me likes Linux and Android. Younger me was all about Windows and Apple and whatnot. Where is the door? I actually designed Xanadu, the city I told you about, and a lot of it is just a network of pyramid-shaped or truncated cone arcologies capped to 250 people. They're very large, so they're bigger than they need to be. Kind of like how all the spacecraft in TNG were way bigger than they had to be for the amount of crew on board, just because it was a post-scarcity society and there weren't any material constraints on how big they could make things. and they wanted people to have plenty of elbow room. So the pyramid structures, like the Bass Pro Pyramid kind of, would be covered in photovoltaic panels that would also double as windows. They would have heavily filtered air, so it's very clean air inside. Fucking shitter. They'd be linked by a network of underground and overground PRT, or high-speed rail. What's all these switches? Switches are for bitches. Bitches be hungry. That's the mantra for tonight. Benches be with an N. Benches. Benches be hungry. Make sure your bench is at home is well fed, and that's 50% of the secret to keeping them happy. Benches like to have full tummies. So they're solar powered. Some of them have wind turbines. They grow their own foods in vertical farms, so you can build in the desert and conserve moisture. It's a sensory considered environment, so there's a lot of soundproofing. It's designed inwardly like a mall or airport with the same kind of architecture, and large atriums where you can, along the outer wall where there's a huge out-facing window, so you can admire the desert, because most of these would realistically have to be built in the desert. And if you want to visit a buddy, you just get on the train and take the network to the archaeology you want. Because everything's consolidated into these pyramids, nature is tread lightly upon. In order to be out in nature, you just have to set foot outdoors, and you're immediately surrounded by it. This is the one. This whole time. Okay. You know what? Fuck this shit. Oh, it's trashed. But when I describe this to other people, they're like, oh, that's hell. You're describing hell. I don't want to live there. I'm like, wow, you know what? The more you talk about it, the more I realize I don't want to either. I basically invented really comfortable prisons. This is like a soy boy utopia. I'm ashamed of myself for ever having this idea. Where you live in these protected structures and everything is curated and everything's on rails and coated in Nerf foam so you can't hurt yourself. And so I began to develop an alternative vision of utopia for people who don't want to live in a human hive, like the human equivalent of a termite mound. And that's basically just really comfortable poverty of the kind I enjoyed in my youth, but where you have minimalist lifestyle, but with very high technology, it becomes very convenient. Like 3D printed Earth ships in the desert, since you have to build in the desert because that's what cheap land is. Using moisture collectors for water, solar for power, using long-range aluminum air eVTOL for transportation to civilization, or to the nearest elevated train station. Everything gets delivered by drone. If you have anything delivered, you have your own aquaponic garden for growing most of your own food and fish. You have 3D printers of a bunch of different kinds, so you can actually download plans and print most of your own technology. It won't be great. It'd probably not be as good as something that was manufactured in a centralized facility. But it would be decent. You could make your own decent phone, for example. So you wouldn't need money for the most part. You would work until you could afford your homestead. Once you can afford your homestead, that's almost everything you need just to live. You would have the option to work or not, and your work could all be remotely performed by virtual reality. So you could telecommute basically. You could work remotely, and only on your own time, when you need cash. And you could opt out of it. You would never need money to live because you would have your own food supply and your own energy supply and your own supply of fresh water. It's basically just me extrapolating that utopian lifestyle of my youth into something that's a scalable solution for people who want to live on their own. And I feel like as homesteading technology gets better and better, it's more and more accessible to more people. And the practical barriers to living in the desert are overcome by technology. Precisely. You would provide your intelligence to robots remotely and perform remote labor. Or if AI could do that, you'd do whatever jobs are even left, which would probably be remote jobs. Can you get out? Is that an alien? It's not. I got all 12 photos though. Can you picture it in your mind's eye? Desert punk, 3D printed, earth shelter, earth ship type home with solar panels and a flying car basically, with a workshop, a fabrication shop with 3D printers, a greenhouse, an aquaponic greenhouse. So you make almost everything yourself using open source plans. Yeah, that seems to be a power move. It seems to be just about dominating people. A lot of companies, including Google, are walking back their permission to work remotely. I haven't seen if it's because productivity suffers. I don't think so. I think they just realize that in order to impose upon you, in order to get you to submit to them. Okay, this is a whole nother level, and I'm already over time. I didn't realize this over time. I was having such a good time talking to you guys. I have such cool followers. How many levels are left? Okay, there's actually 1, 2 left, 3 left. So I don't want to keep playing tonight. I don't want to go over time. I'll save the rest of this for next time. What a stream! I knew it would be something special, and it was. I didn't know that I knew exactly what it was going to be. I played the demo. I thought they were going to expand more on it than they did. They did somewhat. I don't know how they would have expanded on gameplay for an urban exploration game. You pretty much do all the shit you do in Urbex. You unlock doors, you take photos. It's already more eventful than real Urbex is because you get to photograph aliens and ghosts and shadow people who spook you. So it's already got more than I could reasonably expect given the setting and premise. I just want more. I don't know what I want. I want documents or recordings that you can find that tell a story. I want stuff to happen that's more significant than just like a Spooperman running across the screen. It's still pretty good if you know what you're getting into and you're up for that. I recommend it. I don't know if I'd recommend it to anybody, but to people who want a thought-provoking exploration-based spook game. Anyway, I had a lovely time. Thank you all for joining me. Get at you again on Wednesday. Same ham time, same ham channel. This is Hamdad signing off. Actually, I didn't say the times yet. Get at me again. Same ham time, same ham channel. 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is Hamdad signing off, returning you to regularly scheduled sleepy time. Got to get that fucking script right.